On. You are now live on Channel 8 and YouTube.
Great, thanks, Hannah. Thanks, TCTV. Good evening. It is now 6:30 p.m. I'm Chairman Mike Curry, and I'd like to call the Select Board Business Meeting to order on this 9th day of October 2024. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thanks, everyone. Good to see everyone this evening. Okay, I would like to remind everyone that today's meeting is being broadcast live on TCTV Cable Station 8 and our YouTube web platform. For those who wish to revisit any part of our proceedings, the recording will also be available on our YouTube channel. Your subscription to TCTV would be greatly appreciated. Additionally, if any audience members are recording this meeting or plan to do so, please notify us prior to starting. Also, this evening will feature some Zoom meeting enhancements where I will ask for your cooperation by speaking in a clear, strong voice and not talk over any other speakers. We will be taking periodic recesses to support this enhancement about every hour. Thank you for that. All right, we've got a full quorum. Great to see everyone tonight. Our agenda tonight, along with other public documents, is available at templetonma.gov, the official website for town information. Here you can also subscribe to alerts for all public meetings and our town administrator's weekly report. For immediate updates, including emergency notifications, please enroll in our Code Red alert system through our website or by calling 866-939-0911. This service is vital for staying informed on important and emergency matters. As chair, I maintain the discretion to modify tonight's agenda as needed to manage time effectively, utilize personnel resources efficiently, and to ensure public awareness. I reserve the right to arrange agenda items to best accommodate our proceedings and honor our guests. I do not anticipate needing to move anything around tonight. If this is your first time at a select board meeting, we welcome you. We are committed to serving the community with patience, fairness, and efficiency. We ask the same courtesy and engagement from all participants this evening. Let's have a productive and much shorter meeting than we're used to this evening. Thank you. All right, let's jump in. Our last meeting was 5 hours. If we want, let's go for 6.
You're evil, Bennett.
That was just an omen. We're gonna get through it. All right. The first thing that we've got is approval of meeting minutes, and we have 3 sets tonight for consideration.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make motions on these separately. I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from August 14th, 2024 as presented.
Second.
Okay, a motion in a second. Any further discussion or any discussion on first set of minutes? Hearing none on the motion to approve the meeting minutes for 8/14/2024. How do you vote? Tim?
No.
Jeff? Yes. Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you. Next set?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from September 11th, 2024 as presented.
I second that
All
motion.
right, motion in a second. Thank you. Any discussion? Meeting minutes of 9/11.
I just have one question.
Sure, Tim.
Under item 6F, discussion possible action on the select board goals. We also looking for updates to the goals worksheet. And I don't know that we've ever completely closed that one out.
I don't believe so. Say that again? You like, Curry says he's content with the goals that has been presented. Toth wants to make sure names are listed next to the respective goal tasks.
Yep.
Mr. Lamontagne asks that the board contact them about the task they're chosen for, and he will update the goals worksheet.
It's just a question.
Okay, I do have an update for that tonight to give to you and to vote on it. But as it pertains to the minutes, I think that's a good summation. So we're gonna put that to bed tonight, Tim.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Yep. Anything further 9/11? Okay, hearing none, I'm gonna bring it to the vote. On the motion to approve 9/11 minutes, how do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff? Yes. Terry?
Yes,
Matt?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. And our third set,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from Wednesday, September 25th, 2024 as presented.
second,
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Meeting minutes, September 25th. Any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to approve the meeting minutes of September 25th, 2024. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff? Yes. Terry?
yes,
Matt?
Yes,
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you. And we have one set of executive session minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I make a motion to approve the executive session minutes from September 11th, 2024 and not to release to the public at this time.
I have a motion
I'll second that motion.
and I have a second. Any discussion? Executive session minutes of the 9/11 meeting. Hearing none on the motion to approve but not release the executive session minutes for 9/11/2024. How do you vote, Tim?
Abstain.
Jeff? Yes. Terry?
Yes,
Matt?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. That passes and that takes care of our meeting minutes. We are now moving on to item 4, which is citizen input. Just a reminder, citizen input is the chance for the residents of the chance for a resident to come up, speak at the mic. And we generally try and give everyone 3 minutes, but not to exceed 20 minutes for the whole meeting. And we're going to try and hold ourselves to that this evening. So at this time, citizen input.
before
How-
I was just gonna say it, before
How
we
many-
begin, how many people are gonna wish to give citizen input this evening?
1,
1, 2, 3,
where did you think? See 3?
1, 2, 3.
Okay. All right.
Anybody else?
We should be good for that.
Okay. Whoever wishes to go first.
All right.
Oh, I'll just go.
Okay,
And just for everybody, just name and street.
Liz Toth, Gray Road.
I was.
Hi.
yes,
So I'll keep it really short. So a couple of questions in here. In July of this year, the town received a notice of potential fine from the IRS for $65,830. I'd like to know if that fine or any part of that fine comes to fruition,
Okay.
where is the money coming from to pay that fine? So I'd like that on the agenda for the next meeting, if you could, please. The next one is on 12 September 2022. There was a draft TIF sent to McValley LLC and basically putting out the welcome mat for them to come into town and to build things and do stuff.
What year? I'm sorry.
2022.
Okay.
And it had 10 years, 50% discount basically is what it was. So again, this is a procedural question. Who authorized the town attorney to enter into negotiations, even draft negotiations? Because I think something like that needs to go in front of the board first before any town time is really spent on it. So I'd like that on the next agenda also. The next thing is 28 August workshop, right? Was a public meeting
Here.
of this year,
Yep.
yes. September, we've had 3 meetings. Tonight's the 3rd meeting and 30 days. Both have passed as of the close of this meeting. You're in violation of the OML because you did not have the meeting minutes. The next thing is also related to the August 28th workshop. Your policy states that meeting minutes will be recorded. They were not recorded. And to put it into military terms, specifically for you, Mr. Curry, as a retired military member, You gave the TA a direct and lawful order to create the minutes. They have not been produced. And the last but not least is I saw on the meeting minutes on the agenda for tonight, the TA has filed an OML complaint. Anybody is allowed to, everybody's, entitled to file an OML complaint. But in my opinion, his complaint is a bit circular because ultimately either he or somebody that reports to him is responsible for the production of accurate, timely, complete meeting minutes, right? And in essence, if you put this into a teacher's terms, which again, you should understand, is that the town has been provided with a rubric, right? And in my opinion, the TA is complaining that the teacher is actually holding him accountable for the rubric and meeting the requirements and is upset that he earned a bad grade. So that is my perspective and my opinion. Thank you. And I would like that on the next agenda item also, please.
It's on for tonight as well. Yep. Next.
You want to go next, Rachel? Sorry. Julie Farrell, 24 Myrtle Street in Baldwinville.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I'm here about the citizen petition article that was supposed to be on the special town meeting for the fall town meeting. I noticed that you have under new business 6J that you're going to talk about this. I would like it if it could be moved up a little bit within the agenda, if you think that's feasible. I know you have poll hearings and things like that that have to go off at a certain time. Is that correct?
I second that.
I do. And you're right about the hearings. And you've been on the board before, Julie, like you normally follow like the certain business that we have. But you're asking for item I to be moved up?
J.
J, sorry.
Yeah. Like if it could be moved up to, I don't know.
If it's,
When we get into new business, I will ask the board.
Okay,
Okay.
that's, I was
Yeah.
just asking for your
Sure.
consideration
Sure.
for that. All right, thank you.
That was an easy one. Thank you, Julie. And I think we have one more for citizen input.
I wanna say something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
Rachel Herman, 41 Pleasant Street,
Thank you.
Baldwinville. So prior to the meeting, I sent each of you on the select board and the town administrator an email, which is, I'm gonna give you a copy, a printout of it here. But essentially, what I want to bring to your attention is that in November of 2023, the Youngstown, Ohio City Council unanimously voted against a pyrolysis plant from coming into the city. Then on December 26th, the mayor of Youngstown, Ohio signed a one-year moratorium against the same thing. I suggest the select board and the administrator of Templeton follow the example of these civic leaders. Protect the people of Templeton by enacting a similar moratorium against waste plastic incineration or incineration of any kind, by whatever name it might be called. Why can't you do that? What's the problem with protecting people from toxic incineration plants? Cat's got your tongue?
We're in citizen input.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna give this to you. Okay.
To have it noted for the record that Ms. Herman is providing a copy of an email sent to the select board of
One for each.
city council action that was against pyrolysis plants and the one-year moratorium that was signed by that town's mayor.
Thanks, Matt. Seems like you said there's a
Oh,
copy.
that's all.
Any other citizen input?
Sorry. Hall. It's okay.
Okay, seeing none. We're gonna move into new business, and as I promised Ms. Farrell, notwithstanding our introductions, appointments, and 2 scheduled public hearings. Would the board find it favorable to move up item J to directly after the public hearings?
I have no problem with it.
Would you like to make a motion for that?
It's yours as isn't it your choice? Is it your discretion as the chair?
Let me get consent,
Consensus?
consensus,
I'm good with it.
okay?
I have no problem with it.
So it's after, at E, you're saying?
Move J
Yeah,
up
just
to after E, yes.
Move the special up to, sure. Okay. No problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, first item of new business is introductions of new employees, Mr. TA. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I went right into new business. I skipped right over the TA.
I was gonna
Hi,
say,
Adam.
I was gonna say I'll second
No.
this. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Adam, are you good?
He said no. He said no comment.
You're okay.
Well, all set.
All right.
Thanks.
All right, moving back into new business, introductions of new employees. I see that there is none. We do have 2 appointments for zoning board of appeals and recreation commission.
Dennis O'Brien here.
I don't see him, but I am.
Okay.
Lori, do you have anything other than what you presented in the packet?
Other than his current expiration for the zoning board of appeals is 2025. No.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Dennis O'Brien to the zoning board of appeals as a full member for a term to end 30 June 2025.
Any motion?
Second that
And
motion.
I have a second. Any discussion on that reappointment or appointment to full member? Hearing none on the motion to appoint Dennis O'Brien to a full member of the zoning board of appeals to expire June 30th of 2025. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm vote yes as well. Congrats, Dennis.
Thank you.
And Recreation Commission, we have Julie Richard, also in your packet as a longtime resident with plenty of experience in recreation.
Mr. Chair,
I do not see Julie, but
she's not here.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I make a
Yes.
motion to appoint Julie Richard to the Recreation Commission for a term to end at the annual town meeting 2025.
motion. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Any further, any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the current bylaw of the advisory committee states there shall be an advisory committee consisting of 5 registered voters of the town, none of whom shall be an elected town officer, an appointed official receiving a salary, or a town employee. Committee members shall be entitled to serve upon any other committee for which membership is specifically provided for in these bylaws. That means for a member of the advisory committee to be able to serve on another committee,
Mm-hmm.
it has to be in the bylaws, such as the capital improvement committee, which says one from the advisory committee. I looked in the bylaws under Parks and Recreation Commission, it says, see the special act. I looked at the special act. It has members, but it does not specify someone from the advisory committee to be on it. So I believe our bylaws show that if you're on the advisory committee, there's only certain committees you can be on. If it's voted on, baked in the bylaws specifically for an advisory committee member, then you can go. Otherwise, you can't do it.
I didn't read it like that. Well, we're just got, actually, Candace, I know that you want to.
I wanted to say that, my, commission wasn't, notified like traditional. I checked with Jessica Sutton, who was the previous chair, and I asked her, and she said, and she's been on the board since 2017. And she said that we usually get notified when somebody is going to be appointed to our board, and we never got notification of this. I was told by, people in the community that this might be coming up, but I was not notified through email, or our, assistant Rachel was not notified because I checked with her.
Okay.
I do have a lot of projects that will be coming through this year for capital. And she's on that there's that issue too.
Mm.
I find that there's a lot of financial issues. And I don't know how that works. Because we'll be doing the budget hearings with the advisory and you guys. And then we'll be presenting at least 4 to 5 projects, potential projects through capital. So these are financial matters, and I feel like because of Parks and Rec, it just kind of, I don't know how that works, you know what I mean? How that works, you know, in the state, if that's even allowed, if we're allowed to have that, because that's like one vote, one person type of thing. Now so we're gonna have somebody that's on these 2 boards on our board. I don't want anything to look like not cool,
Okay.
so it's just, yeah,
Sure.
I just don't know about that, how that works.
Yes, Mr. Devine.
Pending further clarification of both the bylaw and any issues that there may be there, I withdraw the motion.
Okay. Got a second.
Done.
Right, moving along. Thank you for Jeff and Candace. I appreciate that. All right, we are moving into our first of our 2 public hearings for this evening. Tom, if you want to come on up and sit at the
Mr.
mic.
Chair,
Yes,
I move to open the public hearing regarding a poll hearing for Stone Bridge Road.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, open public hearing. Any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to open the public hearing, public poll hearing. How do you vote? Tim? Yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. We are in public hearing as of 6:53. Hi, Tom.
Hi, good evening.
As usual, if we could follow the following process, if you make your presentation, boards will ask any questions. I'll ask for any opposition. Board will then kind of follow up with questions. You'll make your final recommendation. We will close the hearing, and then we will immediately go into deliberation for a vote. Okay, so floor is yours.
Okay, so tonight,
Matt's gonna try and show the picture on.
should be
his
coming up
Zoom,
here
by the way.
momentarily.
Look at that.
there you go.
There it is.
So tonight we're having a public hearing for some polls on Stone Bridge Road. We're just looking to shift the locations a little bit and actually add a pole due to a couple of long spans that are in there. With our intention of reconductoring the primary conductor. We'll just make for a stronger line for that installation. So that'll be from Henshaw Road to the Orica facility. I think we're talking 9 poles total.
Which one was the new one? They're all
Proposed-
relocations, but there's one addition. Oh, okay.
Looks
right
like
there.
right in the middle of the
Right
photo,
of the-
proposed
the
TMLP
last one.
V2,
Okay,
pole 5-4.
got it.
We're just kind of evenly spacing them out because of some, like I said, some long spans and some short ones. And we're also we're gonna be running some new wire down to the house at number 68 also. So that'll put a pole in the position that we can do that easier.
Any questions for Tom? I don't hear any questions right now. Is there anyone speaking out against any of the poll placements? Okay, hearing none. Any final questions from the board?
I just have one for Tom,
Sure.
through the chair.
Yes,
We spoke, oh gosh, 2016 or so, when John Kaplis was the chair. Your TMP Verizon pole 1515, the one in the middle of the intersection on the Henshaw Loop and Stonebridge. I remember some discussion about potentially moving that out of the intersection.
Yes,
It's not really part of the Stonebridge discussion, but it's all right in that area. Is that something that's still being considered, or?
I do remember that, and I did check, and that pole, we replaced it. It's a relatively new pole. That's not to say that it can't be moved. But after you brought that up, I did go, and I forget the year, but it's probably within 10 years that it's been replaced right as where it is.
Thank you for that.
any further questions for Tom, Mr. Barry? Okay, Tom, what's your final recommendation?
I would recommend the approval of the pole locations as presented,
Okay,
please.
great, thank you very much. If there's nothing further from the board, I would entertain a motion to come out of the public poll hearing.
So
Mr.
moved.
Chair. Oh, you got it.
So moved,
So seconded.
and Matt was the second on that. Any discussion on coming out of poll hearing? Hearing none, I'll do a motion to come out of the poll hearing. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We are now out of poll hearing at 6:57.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I move to approve the plan by Templeton Municipal Light and Water Department for pole relocation and additions on Stonebridge Road.
Second.
I think I heard Jeff.
I think Jeff.
It was close to a tie, but I think it was
We'll go
Jeff
with-
first.
Chelsea, we'll go with Jeff. So that was a motion from Matt, seconded by Jeff. Any discussion? Tom, just like to thank the Light and Water for, a good thorough presentation. You take the time on that, so we appreciate it. It limits the questions.
Mr. Chair, just a general comment.
Sure.
This is another one of the shining examples, what TPNL does for us. And why during all the storms and everything going on, our system stays intact.
I couldn't agree
A
more.
lot of the maintenance things that need to be addressed are addressed in a very timely fashion, very proactive. I appreciate that. Thank you, Tom.
Any further discussion? Okay, on approving the poll hearing as presented, how do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Terry? Matt?
Yes.
Fast. I vote yes as well. All right, thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, we're moving to our second public hearing. The meeting agenda was adjusted at the last second. Polly, if you could just give a quick explanation of why the agenda changed last second and what were the conditions that were already in place?
What do you mean?
Just,
What happened,
Yep.
basically?
thank you.
Gotcha. So I had prepared for the hearing with Matt about a month ago, actually, and got the notices out and had it in there with the agenda packet, and somehow it just didn't get on the agenda. I'm still not quite sure what happened with that. That was my error. It was posted in the Gardner News, so it does have to be held tonight, which is why we had to put it on this morning. And notifications to abutters were also sent out on September 18th.
Okay. All right, thank you for clarifying that point.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing on Bellevue Farm Package Store liquor license application.
Second.
I have a motion and Tim was the second on that. All right, on the motion and the second, any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to go into public hearing for liquor license application, how do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. We are now in public hearing as of 7 PM sharp. Hi, how are you, Matt?
Good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening.
All
Okay,
three.
we
Sure.
do have all of the paperwork in front of us. And much the way that it went with you just saw with Tom, I'm going to ask you to make your presentation as we have with the paperwork. Board members are going to ask any questions. If there's anyone in opposition, I'll ask them to come up and they'll have a chance at the mic. Board members then can ask questions of any opposition. Then I'll ask for any other final questions from the board, and then I'll ask for your final recommendation. I know that sounds fancy at the end, but like Tom did, we're just looking for what it is that you want restated for that. Understand?
Yes, I believe so.
Perfect. We're ready for your presentation.
So we're looking to get a liquor license for our butcher shop at Valley View Farm, licensed to sell in the store. And I feel that, we're not trying to start a grocery store down there. It's just the fact there's a good wine or a good beer does complement a lot of the products that we are currently making and selling out of there. So we felt that it was a nice addition to our store to provide something for the community and the people who have received us with open arms. And we've had a great response from everybody and they have been, kind of pushed us along to do some more stuff. So that's basically in a nutshell, that's where we're at.
Anything else, Matt?
Yeah, not
Okay.
really.
Questions from the board for Mr. Leclerc? I do want to point out number 3 for the application for a new license. It does say description of premises, 1 floor, 5 rooms, see attached floor plan. I don't have an attached floor plan.
We don't.
That is worded there for the ABCC. I can go grab it if you want to see it.
Could you?
Sure.
How many coolers, Matt?
Coolers, as far as to sell retail coolers.
Yeah.
I'll have availability of several, but we're basically gonna be limiting it to 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I just installed a whole bunch of new coolers and freezers in the shop
Mhm.
and there's availability for that, but I would say no more than 2. I mean, and
In your space.
yeah, in the space.
Local brews?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
We're gonna hit it
really?
hard. Yep.
Hey.
We're in the midst of looking into a little bit of our own stuff too. So there's a lot happening. Yeah. And, but certain permits have to go in certain ways. So license to pour is a whole nother thing. I'll be seeing you shortly on that one, probably. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, local brews, local wines, we're gonna be big on that. And in fact, we're gonna try and push that because they support us for local. I'm gonna go right back to that. It's big.
Okay, I do want to see the floor plan that when she brings it to us. In the interest of time, if the board doesn't have any other questions for Mr. Clerk, I'll ask it anyone in the audience that is in opposition to this liquor license for Valley View Farm. Okay, hearing none. We're just gonna wait for that floor plan. Are we looking for time? I know, yeah, Charlie, the ones that's trying to keep me real to make sure that we're giving the stenographer a break on the hour.
So we started at 6:30. I would give it another 15 minutes.
Okay.
7:20. We can do the 7:20. We can take a 10 and come back.
I know, I'm stalling.
Let's chat.
Sure, what goes with a
you
T-bone?
said, you're not looking like this. I especially, in terms, I don't want to deliberate, but I appreciate that you offered that it was a local thing and that, we very much look at these as, what is the brand? What is the branding around it or otherwise? And I think we already know the name when you walk in, but it's really refreshing that's really what you're going for, is to say, we're going with the same branding for this. And
It's
I
almost the
appreciate
same-
that you're offering that.
Sure. It's almost the same as like getting a new bread company or a new cheese company. We wanted something that'll add to the
Yeah.
experience, I guess, to come in and get some nice meat, and pair it with a wine, or that kind of thing. That's all we're up against.
And as you said, you're not turning it into a grocery store.
ne-
Right up the street from you, you've got Smith Country Cheese, and they have this, I would notice the similar kind of layout.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Just like to note for the record that we have received the floor plan and it is to be added to the items 6C2.
Is there any special training for your staff to handle? For ID,
No, that's my nose,
ID?
just age appropriation, that's all. And we always have somebody over age
Yeah.
at the farm at all times, open to close, we're always somebody there, yeah.
I was young once.
Right, just, yeah, to comply with, carding or otherwise, that would be like that would be
Yeah.
not a good thing if you weren't carding when you were in jeopardy of that. I don't have any questions. I'll ask for your final recommendation.
I would recommend that the board approves my application for selling of beer and wine at the liquor license at the shop, at the Valley View Farm.
Okay.
Mr.
There are
Chair,
no further questions. Go ahead.
make a motion to close the public hearing regarding Valley View Farm Package Store liquor license application.
Second.
I have a motion and Tim is the second. Any discussion on coming out of public hearing?
Did that get read into the record that was in the packet?
Oh, it did not. Do you want,
Okay,
do you want us to read it into the record?
yeah, because it's a.
Okay.
I'll do
yeah,
it.
It was submitted, so.
Okay.
Have it, Matt?
It's in the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you rescind your?
I'll pull the motion back for
Okay.
just a moment.
Okay,
Rescind it.
I rescind the second.
Thank you.
thank you. And we are still in,
Hearing.
we are still in public hearing and this is in favor of, okay, if you could go ahead and
Yep.
read that.
This letter was sent to the town administrator in favor of the proposal in front of us. Dear Mr. Lamontagne, as abutters of 179 Berry Road in Templeton, we received your certified letter regarding the public hearing on Wednesday, October 9th, 2024, to review the application for a new off-premise package store liquor license by Valley View Farm. Roland J. and Joan C. Leclerc, both deceased, were longtime residents of Templeton and are the current owners of the record of the property at 13 Cook Road. On behalf of Roland and Joan, we are writing to express our full support for the pending decision to grant Valley View Farm this license. Sincerely, Will Houston, co-trustee, the Roland J. Leclerc Revocable Trust Agreement. Tammy LaFallum, co-trustee, the Roland J. Leclerc Revocable Trust Agreement. Bruce Duguay, trustee, the Joan C. Leclerc Revocable Trust Agreement. Kathy McCaffrey, heir. Debbie Duguay, heir. Cindy Houston, heir, and Carol DeCoursey, heir.
Thank you for reading that into the record. Does the board have any questions on that statement? Yep. To the best of our ability to answer them. Right, hearing nothing more on that, then
Now we'll do it.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to close the public hearing for Valley View Farm Package Store liquor license application.
Second.
And I've got Tim second. Any further, any discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none on the motion to close the public hearing. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
I did have a question, yes.
You're a yes.
Yeah,
Okay, Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. We are out of public hearing at 7:09 PM.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
at this time, I will make a motion to approve the Valley View Farm Package Store liquor license application as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and Jeff is the second. Any discussion? Terry, do
I'm
you have a
good now. Nope, I'm good,
question,
yeah.
concern?
no, I'm good.
Okay,
I see it.
I think it's great. I really appreciate the presentation and I like that you're growing your business.
Thank you.
Through the chair, one
Yes.
question for Mr. Leclerc. This is closed containers at this point, correct?
Correct.
Because you did kind of allude that down the road you'd be looking to pour,
Yeah,
which gets into
correct.
tip
A whole nother ball of wax.
tip
and I'll say,
certification and how,
yeah.
yep.
I think it was even gonna, honestly, I think it was gonna confuse the ABC trying to do the dual thing. So we just said it would be easier
Baby
to
steps.
just.
Yep,
exactly,
baby
yeah,
step.
amen,
Line,
right,
mhm.
amen, yeah.
I just want to make sure we're getting all the
Yep.
ducks in the
No,
road the
license-
way they need to
license
be.
to sell only, yeah,
Yep.
correct. Yep.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? Okay, on the motion to approve the Valley View Farm liquor license, how do you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks, thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you, Matt. We're still good. We can take,
Holly, what was your name? Can she hear us? You can hear us, obviously, because she's typing.
She's typing.
Does she want to take a break right now?
I think she was saying more towards 8.
Yeah.
If you want.
I think we can take, we
Wanna
can
go?
take the next item and then I'd say take the break.
Okay,
I have a,
It's
I have
Tracy.
Mike, I have a timer going.
okay.
so.
All right, thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right, as we promised, we are going to move item J up
Yeah.
before the presentations from our public safety and public services team. So we will be discussing action related to approving or rescinding the special town meeting warrant. All right, so this is going to be not complex, but it's gonna seem like it's a complex way to discuss that. The conditions that brought us to this point were, in our last meeting, we chose to open a warrant for a special town meeting to take care of, from my perspective, some new information that we had a short amount of time to react, to put the town into a good position to procure rolling stock that would be adequate for the town of Templeton. The board voted unanimously to open the warrant. We did the quick calendar math according to how we saw the days counting down to October 23rd, because that was the design, was that we were going to hold this special town meeting on but we had precedent actually before, where we had a special town meeting within a fall town meeting, or within our meeting. On advice of the town clerk today, she said that we would have to close the warrant, or I'm sorry, we would have had to post the warrant tonight. So right now, it's the advice of the town clerk that we would not be in accordance with Massachusetts general law, nor our own bylaw, for the time period to sufficiently post the warrant to occur on the October 23rd. So recognizing the situation, we put it on our recognizing also the drive and the initiative of the board. I do want to commend the board to be able to try and figure this out, and there's still, this is why we're going to talk about it tonight. We've got a problem, and I'm going to get to some other aspects of this as well. But we decided to put it on the agenda tonight as approve or rescind the special town meeting warrant, given the town clerk's recommendation. Now, also during that time, as Terry had actually asked during that, we had an open special town meeting warrant. And lo and behold, we had a citizen petition fully vetted through the town clerk's office. There are, I know I saw one printed copy. The town clerk made one copy available. It actually resembles what Ms. Herman had gave us a copy of earlier. It's a lot of the language from it looked like it was mirrored with the Youngstown, Ohio. However, that citizen's petition is not only 186 people signed it. I think it was well written, and I received it well. I very much, it was mentioned earlier, the cat's got her tongue. Well, now that we're able to talk about it, I think that's actually a good document. I really believe in the spirit of it, and I'm very supportive of that document. And so I want to be able to tell the people, a lot of which are represented here tonight, or wanted to come to talk tonight. Whether we have the special town meeting, whether the board tonight agrees with the town clerk and we have this or not, I am supportive of it on that warrant. I am supportive on its own warrant if it were to meet the threshold. If we wind up having another special town meeting to take care of the DPS, I'd be supportive of it as that. I'd be supportive of it even if we had to push it to the annual town meeting. It's funny, actually, Julie, you and I had discussed previous citizen petitions and the willingness of the board to work with citizen petitions. I think it was during COVID. We had different, you got the pledge from the board to say, we're going to make sure that you don't have to go through extra work, getting extra signatures or otherwise. But I'd be highly supportive to make sure that the work that that group that made that that citizen petition possible, I would want to make sure that it's carried through whatever way we can legally. So my get off the stage point at this point was, we have, the town administrator's office went through, I think they put together a great looking special town meeting warrant. However, the town clerk is advising that we do rescind on that, and I go ahead.
Mr. Chair, with great reluctance, but understanding the legal ramifications of not doing this, I am going to move to rescind the special town meeting warrant presented to be held on October 23rd, 2024, that was originally supposed to be held concurrently with the fall town meeting. So that is a motion to rescind that warrant, and then I'll speak, once we have a motion, and if we get a second, I'll speak further.
You got your second, Jeff. This is the second
And
discussion.
okay, and I would also echo Mr. Curry's statement. While legally it looks like we have to rescind this special town meeting warrant, I would say to the petitioners, do it again. The next special town meeting warrant that we open, or the annual town meeting, do what you've done. Okay, and try to bring it back, but for the legality purposes and for at this point, it looks like the only option we have is to rescind this town meeting warrant, because we do not have enough time to have it posted legally in order for it to be held the way that it's currently listed, which is concurrent with the special town meeting on October 23rd.
Yes.
Just as a point of reference, you residents, you don't have to wait till the annual town meeting. 200 registered voters can get a petition, and you can call a special town meeting at any time. It was done, Julie was involved in it with the trash bylaw that was left off during the codification. They got the signatures. They had a special town meeting in January, 1 or 2 article, whatever it was. So you have that option. You do not have to wait until annual town meeting. You do not have to wait for the selectmen to call. If you want to, 200 people, registered voters, you can have a special town meeting with the article the petition that you presented. So just.
I'd support the work that they already have. I'm just gonna keep with board. I will go to the audience in a moment. I thought of, Tim, I thought of you when I was, looking through this process, and, we did, again, I really want to commend the board for walking the dog during that meeting. We pulled out a calendar, and, we didn't take off our shoes to count, but we did wind up walking through. There's that scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark where they have the one side of the headpiece, and then they start, well, we're digging in the wrong place. We didn't take back the one day. We didn't understand that structure, or at least how it was going to be perceived. I know we've got professionals, we got subject matter experts, and I think we did our due diligence to be able to take care of it, but we're digging in the wrong place.
It's.
To that point, I would just add, we opened it, they're supposed to be open for 14 days. There was a delay getting it posted on the website. That was our first hurdle. That was damn near insurmountable.
Yeah,
But in
it's
light
just
of-
the 14 and 14.
Yep. And then I commend the town clerk for bringing it to our attention that even if we approve this tonight, it's outside of business and working hours. It won't be posted in accordance with the general law.
Yep.
So it's the tough call, but that's what we get charged to deal with, is the tough calls.
And
Should've
I think we still need to proceed forward. There's the need, again, carrying it into whatever meeting, whether you wound up doing it over and had 200 signatures, you had 186 this time. We can still accept it with the 186, and basically I'm pledging that to say, whatever meeting we're gonna carry, as long as that petition stays the same as it is. If it changes, I guess you'd have to go another route, because you gotta make sure you're presenting to your petitioners what it is that you're actually petitioning for. But if it stays the same and you've got the same signatures, I'd carry it on. Terry, I'm sorry.
Couple things. So I
Sure.
really feel at a loss because Carol explained to me, I thought the board could take this further and make another, ask for another special town meeting.
We can.
Apart from So
We
if we
can,
rephrase
I
this.
think we should put it on our next agenda.
Include that.
We can talk about it right now, but I think we should put it on the next agenda. That's why I extend and say we're gonna carry this petition forward.
Okay, and the mix-up too was, Adam did tell us that this wasn't something we should be doing, and he left the room, and our staff didn't know that this was done until Monday. So I just want to apologize
Which is why
again,
It wasn't on the website.
and that's why it wasn't on the website on Thursday, Friday. So I just want to apologize again for the ignorance that I brought to the picture. Sorry, can't apologize for anybody else.
Well, it won't be the 23rd, but as you pointed out, this board can work towards another solution.
And it was a matter of hours, and I was graciously told that this has happened before, so. we're
Yes.
not the only board that's missed it by a couple hours.
Any other board comments before I go to the floor?
I'm excited. I'm excited that the residents and the voters are participating in town government. It's wonderful.
I know I saw two hands go up. Oh, okay. Yes,
I
ma'am.
just have a question. You said.
Just a name and address.
Oh, Jane Thompson, Winchester Street, Wallenville.
Yep.
You said to do it over again. Now, do we have to get the signatures over again?
As it stands right now, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
There is as I started out, it's complex, but it's not complex. It's complex if you start to think about, well, what if we wanted our own warrant? Then you do have to revert to what Jeff is talking about. You need 200 signatures in order to have your own special meeting. You got well past the special town meeting threshold, which is only 100 signatures, but you fell shy of the 200 to do it on its own.
But we can add to it.
That's a question for the clerk.
I can answer that. The petition as it was submitted states on it fall or special town meeting. So if the board decides to have one, that petition is certified and would be able to go on that if it has enough signatures. That is a town clerk question. I'm not sure about that portion.
Okay. But you please ask the town clerk. Liz,
I think when I list.
oh, you already did. I'm sorry.
So the question is this, and I think in good faith, are you saying that you will put it on the next agenda? Definitely on the next agenda to discuss about a second special town meeting for this fall.
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what I hope to convey.
So the folks that went through and got all those signatures did not do it in vain.
They did not.
Thank you.
Anything else from the floor? Okay, we are still in a motion to rescind the warrant.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just a general comment. This falls right in line with something happening at the state right now. It doesn't matter to me what side of the seesaw you ride on, the House Bill H4885, the gun control regulation. That was the emergency preamble signed back in June by the governor, and last week she signed an amendment to it. There was a grassroots process going on. There were well over 50,000 signatures, which was enough to get it onto the ballot. But tonight is the drop dead, and the anticipated number is well above 90,000. So to answer the citizen comment from Jane, yes, you can continue to add to them. You've already made the threshold, and just collecting more signatures just shows even stronger support from the community at large. So this is not something that is happening in a vacuum. This happens all around us, whether people are aware of it or not, but it goes on almost daily. Yep.
Ms. Harmon?
So, earlier when I spoke, I don't know about town meetings, select board procedure. So when you all just stared at me when I finished speaking, that's why I got a little frustrated and said about the cat's tongue. No offense intended. I just didn't know what else to say because I wasn't sure why nobody was answering. Apparently you're not supposed to answer, and I didn't know that. Do we have any other questions as far as going forward with this?
No, I think we have to check with the town clerk to make sure that any signatures we gather.
That's a perfect way to say that,
Right.
is to make sure.
Just to ensure.
Yep.
I can tell you that the town clerk told me that you cannot add to the signatures.
That's why I think you
Right.
said it perfectly, just to make sure.
So it's a different kind of petition. It's like, once it's been certified, we had 202 signatures. It was certified at 186 because some of the signatures were disqualified.
Mhm.
But after that, once it's certified, I don't think you can add more signatures to it, to that particular petition.
I guarantee you, she's gonna be able to give you clarification of that.
So that's homework that we need to
Yeah.
do.
I also wanted to point out that everybody who collected the signatures had very similar responses from every door that they knocked on. People are worried about this situation. People have partial information, misinformation, rumors, but whatever they have, the people, we who knocked on the door looking for signatures made our best effort to give them factual information and send them to referenced websites and so on. And to let them know that they have a say in the matter, because they are residents and their voice counts. So, it wasn't a wasted effort at all. We all got to meet people that we might not otherwise have met. And people are coming together to sharing a common concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When is the next Board of Selectmen meeting?
2 weeks from today.
Wait, town meeting is done.
4
It's
weeks from
November-
today.
November 6th.
4 weeks from today.
We might wind up doing one based on, I might ask the board to do another meeting because, for a short meeting, but that would obviously be posted. Yep. On an unrelated matter. I look at Liz because she and I sit on the EDIC. Anything else from the floor? Anything else from the board?
I'll just make a quick note, sure, and Julie probably remembers this, but just a similar situation where you said residents have a say and this can work. 2004, somewhere around there was a big thing about expanding the town's landfill and the people got behind it. It's the largest town meeting participation that I have found, like around 900 people showed up for town meeting for that issue. So yes, the people have a say and you can make this happen. And you could surprise the moderator and everybody else you show up in force. I would love to see it, but
Right.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
I was involved in that, and that was because all of our petitions were thrown out, so we had to go back and do it 2 or 3 times. Actually, I think it was 4 times total to get that meeting called, and when we did, a lot of people showed up.
But there was people in the auditorium and the gym and the cafeteria, and they had runners to keep
Yeah.
track of stuff. It was,
Yeah.
it was
Remember that.
pretty good.
Yep.
So.
Room moderators answering and reporting to the moderator. I remember that meeting.
Any further discussion on the motion to rescind the warrant? Hearing nothing on the motion to rescind the special town meeting warrant, how do you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Sadly, yes.
Matt?
Unfortunately, yes.
And I vote yes as well. That vote is unanimous to rescind the warrant.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
at this time, I'd like to move for a 10-minute recess for the stenographer.
Second.
and seconded, any discussion for the approximate 10-minute recess? Hearing none. On the motion to go into recess, how do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We're in recess for approximately 10 minutes. Give TCTV a second to catch up. All right, and we're back. We're truly back because we're gonna go back to new business item D, and that we're gonna start with our presentations for FY 25 first quarter for public safety. And I've got the police report, but it looks like fire is ready to go.
I actually
You're gonna
have
go
both
both?
reports to read, so,
All right, which one do you want to go with first?
oh, I got the police department on top, so.
Sounds good. Take it away, chief. Good to
All
see
right.
you.
Good evening, everybody. So, for the police department, their first quarter report, they jumped into the new fiscal year running with a busy 4th of July and Labor Day. They partnered with the Massachusetts State Police to conduct a saturation patrol of Templeton for the first time. The department also partnered with the Massachusetts Environmental Police to conduct a joint operation targeting off-road vehicle violations. At the station, they experienced an issue of flooding in the lower level due to a flash flood and the inability of the catch basin to keep up with the amount of water flowing into it. The highway department came out and rebuilt the catch basin and cleaned it. So hopefully, they don't have that experience, that type of issue again. Building and Grounds also assisted them with making a pad behind the station for their new storage shed, which was greatly appreciated. On the 4th of July, one of their radar trailers was hit by a motorist, and they're waiting on its replacements. The cruiser fleet, they took possession of the SUV appropriated in FY 23. And just last week, took possession of the SUV appropriated in FY 24. Units 27 and A15 have been decommissioned and brought to the highway to be auctioned off or relocated to another department. Additionally, they have had mechanical issues with SUVs 21 and 22. 22 is back in service rather quickly. However, 21 has been out of service for over 2 months due to supply chain issues. The department, all officers have completed their first of 2 mandatory firearm trainings for the year. Over the next couple of months, officers will attend their mandatory in-service and work on completing their other various training requirements under post. Speaking of post, the department posted for a per diem part-time officers and received 4 applicants in response, with none meeting the minimum standards as specified, unfortunately. As the chief has previously stated, part-time officers are becoming hard to find. The realization is that the town needs to seriously discuss how to hire 4 new full-time officers to meet the staff needs of the department with the lack of available part-time officers. Along with that, he has a list of his calls from, he included FY 24 fourth quarter and the first quarter so that you can see the changes.
Any questions for Chief Bennett? for
Mr. Chair,
Chief
just a
Dickey?
comment. And maybe this can go on I just looked up saturation patrol, and it's many different police agencies visible in a targeted area, usually troubled by excessive speeding or car accidents. And I was just wondering, now that they participated, if it's something that if we had streets in town where there's excessive speed and noise, if that's something that they can do going forward more of. It's a comment,
Okay.
because we did have it on our retreat goals.
Well, I know between saturation and mutual aid, you know, that's certainly something the chief can look at.
Thank you.
You know, I especially, you know, keyed into the off-road vehicle violations. I know that maybe not the same type in Templeton, but I know the Eastern Massachusetts has in a lot of cities, a lot of urban areas have massive problems with off-road vehicles being abused on streets or otherwise. I've seen it around here, but usually it's because someone's trying to get it to a trail, and we've got snowmobiles, but things like that require much more of a coordination response, whether it's saturation or emergency. I mean, I'm sorry, not EMAC. I just said it, mutual aid.
Thank
But
you.
good point. Any other questions for Chief Bennett through Chief Dickey? All right, hearing none, Chief.
Okay, fire department report. For first quarter of FY 25, we've had a total of 406 emergency calls and 69 residential and commercial inspections. This happens every year at this time. We had our annual ambulance inspection. We have that every year, being an ALS ambulance, where the state comes in and checks over both of our ambulances and our records and so forth. We had no issues whatsoever, and we were granted our licenses for another year. Normal maintenance has started to happen for all our apparatus in this new year. Engine 2, which has been out of service for quite some time, has its repairs finally started, and hopefully should be back in service during this calendar year. With that truck, there was a lot that was wrong with that truck, and it took a long time to come up with what the priorities were to fix it. The truck is a 1999, if I remember correctly. And took time to get the pricing done. And then when the pricing was all done and said, supply chain issues to get parts and to get on the list to get it done. But we are in the middle of its repairs now. It has to go to 2 or 3 different shops, all being coordinated by one repair shop. Engine 3, which is our newest piece, had received considerable amount of damage at the horse barn fire this past year, and it is covered under insurance. That is currently right now in Canada being repaired.
Jeez.
There were only 2 shops that could take that truck because of the manufacturing being so new, and the other shop was 6 months before they could even take a look at the truck to see what was wrong with it, never mind the repairs. This shop that took it in Canada is actually a fire engine build site for another manufacturer, and they're certified for the Toyne and Spartan. The Spartan is the chassis, Toyne is the truck, for the repairs. And I've been getting updates right along on that since it's been out. Paint is done. They're waiting on the electronics on that truck. Basically all the emergency lights and the regular driving lights and so forth on that truck. And I'm hoping that should be back in a few months. They were hoping December. I'm not holding my breath on that because they're, again, waiting on parts that they
Yeah.
can't tell me when they're gonna.
You say is it flatbedded or towed?
It was flatbedded from Templeton to Canada, yes.
Okay.
So it was, the heat of the fire actually popped the side panel off of the frame, and the welds that hold the panel on, this is a panel that goes from the driver's door to the rear passenger door. That panel, the welds broke off, and they're actually a structural weld that puts everything together. So it was advised not to drive that truck any more than it had to be. So it was not deemed safe to drive to Canada. So, and then underneath, I have a list of our calls as they've happened for the first quarter.
Any questions for Chief Dickey? Narrative or any of his statistics?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just one. With E2 and E3 out, where does that leave you with in service?
We have engine 1 in service, and we have ladder in service, which our ladder has a pump as well. It's called a Quint, so we have dual capability with that. Those are our 2 main firefighting pieces right
How
now.
old is E1?
Engine 1 is a 2005-ish. Don't hold me exactly.
Sorry, I'm making you work tonight, Chief. I appreciate it. Okay, just so, but still in good service and with no issues, obviously. Okay.
Yep, it gets serviced right along with everything else. We're not having any issues with it, and it's been able to pick up the slack very well.
God forbid, if God forbid E1 were to go out of service, where would you be?
Probably looking for a loaner truck someplace.
A lot of mutual aid.
No, our mutual aid. That all our mutual aid companies in the area They've been told that we're very good when their pieces go out of service and ours go out, changing our mutual aid patterns on how things got to come and which pieces come from what towns and when they come. And we all work very well together.
So basically, at this point, if you need mutual aid, and the first thing you're probably looking for is an engine to come from somewhere else a lot of the time.
Well, yes, if we have a fire that requires mutual aid, we usually can't even get the call up fast enough. The other departments are listening and getting it started, but when we call for mutual aid, our initial tones for mutual aid will bring 2 engines.
Mhm.
Even when we're fully staffed with firefighters and apparatus, we have 2 engines and a ladder coming in when we call for the first group of mutual aid.
Thank you.
Chief, and that includes things like pumps too. When Stone Bridge went down, didn't we get a pumper from the Cape? Like that when Stone.
No, Carter had us rent a pump to help to do that,
Oh,
to do Stone Bridge, and then we used our own forestry apparatus and firefighting apparatus as well to pump water. So,
You guys good? Okay. Chief, thank you.
Chief?
you have a good night.
You too. You as well. Right, and finally for public safety, our emergency management director in the flesh.
In the flesh, this time.
Not next time.
No, probably not. I still will be the primary contact though. Okay, during this quarter, we submitted an application for the 24 EMPG grant. It was another $2,900, which is usually our maximum. We're looking to purchase more of that advanced medical monitoring equipment for fire rehab. So we didn't get it on the last grant because they denied the grant, but we should get it on this one because this is not a competitive grant. Don Moran and Peter Leighton went to the summer EMD meeting. I was away at the time. And while there, Peter received an award for completing the Massachusetts Professional Emergency Manager Program. So he's got that behind him now. We held a Stop a Bleed class at Station 1. 9 people attended that, and we've been doing this as a free training. We had a grant 2 years ago, I believe, that allowed us to purchase equipment to do this free training, and we still have more supplies, so we're going to be offering it whenever we can here and there. It's a real good class to get into. We had a generator issue at the EOC during the power outage in July. It was an exhaust issue more than anything else. While sitting downstairs, all of a sudden, it had been running for quite a while. All of a sudden, all the power went out. I went back to check it. The machine's still running. But it was choked. Wasn't getting enough air in the room. DPW, Bob has had that part taken care of. So, and there's more work going on now because we had a heat issue as well. So that's getting all taken care of. Met with a man named Mark Granto from Central Mass Regional Planning Committee. They've given us funding, Homeland Security funding, equipment in the past. They came out to do an inventory check on it, and they actually went to all these large pieces of equipment this time. The 2 light towers, the 1 message board, the old one, the plastic jersey barriers, which are not in very good shape. I think I'm going to be talking to him about getting rid of those. Some of them are pretty bad, Bob. You pick them up, they'll fall apart. They have a whole lot of smaller items on their inventory, but their inventory system was a little screwed up because I believe they were changing their database or something. So he couldn't come up with an exact thing, but there's some radios involved here and stuff like that. They're going to check back on those next year. Attended the regional REPC meeting in August, and we did a tabletop drill in September. So that's still working, but it's going very slow. We're still in basically, I think our first year of it still. So it takes almost 3 years to get certified as a regional planning committee. So it's gonna be a while yet. I started working on the Templeton's COOP plan. It's the continuity of operations plan. And what I did this time, and I just gathered all the names, lines of succession, and whatnot, contact information for all the major departments that would be affected during an emergency. Attended the webinar for debris management, and I think this is an area that we're really gonna have to look at in the future, because if you don't have a contract with some company that does debris management and you need it, you're on the bottom of their list. And it could be days, it could be weeks before we see any debris moving.
You talking about like if there's a house fire or a flood or something?
No,
that-
like another ice storm
Okay,
where there was a lot of trees down.
got it.
Hurricane. All that debris has to go someplace. And we have to take pictures of it all before we take it too. Don Moran resigned from his position, both positions of Deputy Emergency Management Director and CERT Assistant Director, for health reasons.
Okay.
I've talked to him since, and right after he resigned, and I have talked to him since then, and I'm hoping he comes back in the spring, but we'll see.
Okay. Don's been doing that a long time. In terms of recognition for all of that volunteer time, I support whatever you'd like to do for recognition, because he's been, ever since I've been in town, he's been a part of it.
Well, you don't know how much he does until he's gone.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, we had to have a special meeting just to,
React.
yes, to make sure we cover everything.
Well, I publicly say thank you to Don and whatever you want.
And Godspeed
his
health.
service.
He is already sorely missed.
Okay.
I tried to talk him into just a leave of absence, but he said right now he says he just
Okay.
wants to get away from it for a while. So he turned in everything and he resigned, so
Okay.
it's official for right now. I worked with Bob Sosik and Mike Bennett in securing emergency management and CERT use of the DPW radio frequency during our emergencies, when we're doing emergencies. We don't have a frequency, well, until this, that will go around town. Emergency management has their own frequency, but it's simplex and it doesn't really go too well, even from the school to the EOC. So by using this, it's going to help us quite a bit. And we've already discussed, even within the group, when not to use it. Like if there's a snowstorm and they're using it, we don't try to go over them at all. We avoid it at all costs. And once we get to where we're going and we're going to be in close proximity to each other, we switch over to our own frequencies. But that should work out fine. The CERT activities for this time is we did 2 drills during this quarter. One was a communications and documentation drill. We held that at the senior center. It involved doing searches, and they had to radio call things in. They had to document things, and it worked out pretty well. And then I did another drill, emergency shelter drill. We held that at the middle school, and I met with Chris Cassavant and Keith Parker prior to the drill. They couldn't help us out enough. They took us for a tour through the whole building and, showed us their new security systems for the locks and everything else. And when it came time, it was a Saturday drill, I believe, and they weren't there. We just used the Knox box keys and everything worked fine. And so it worked really good. We went through all the areas that we would use for an emergency shelter. We had a little bit of a sit-down drill lecture. And then we opened up some cots so that everybody would be sure to know how to set up a cot, because they're not that easy. They're the old, real tight ones, and
I know the ones you're talking about.
they're not easy. And at the
Like
same
upper
time,
body strength of
they
Mike
opened,
Tyson.
they opened all 75 of these cots. They opened them up. And because I knew there was a couple broken ones in there, and ended up we had 3. So we've separated those, and I'm having a hard time getting parts for them. So we might have to make our own for them. CERT assisted the Narragansett Regional School District and the Police Department at the high school for Warrior Fest. It was a busy night. When you've got a football game and fireworks going on at the same time, it tends to get real busy there. But the communications and documentation that we practiced earlier really worked out well. We signed up with a company named Zello for an alternative method of communication with CERT. It turns your phone basically into a radio. It doesn't cost anything for public safety entities, so it's a free service for us. So we haven't done a whole lot of testing with it yet, but we're planning on doing that over the next several months.
You're familiar with it, like it's secure?
Yeah, I mean, for what we're doing, yes.
Okay,
We wouldn't be using it for anything real important.
I understand.
This is,
I looked it up while you were.
yeah.
Yep.
We held a CERT appreciation potluck dinner at the senior center, and it was well attended. Thank them all for all their work since COVID, basically, because we haven't done anything since then. And it may become an annual event for us with a potluck dinner. We conducted a all hazards disaster response training at the senior center. Peter Leighton did that training. He also did one for the fire department. It's a very good course. And we participated in the community events of the National Play Outside Day Craft Fair, doing traffic and parking and Motorpalooza parking. And quite honestly, in all reality, CERT isn't really necessary for either one of these two events. They're pretty much self-sustaining. I went by both of them while they were working, and there wasn't much going on for either one of them. And the message board usage, we had several requests to use them for this quarter. However, Bob kind of had them tied up for road work, so that's where they were for pretty much the whole month. And that's it.
Great. Any questions for Rich?
Just a comment.
Of course.
Once again, a very robust quarter. I want to know what these guys do in their free time when they sleep. Well, believe it or not, it doesn't really slow down when I'm in Florida. So. Oh, I'm aware.
Thanks, Tim. Anything?
Just
Thank
don't
you.
leave for,
Thank you.
just don't leave for Florida for a few more days, will you please?
Yeah, right. Oh,
Really?
no, sir.
Oh, my God.
All right, that wraps up.
We're gonna
public
start
safety.
now. We're not actually going down probably till Sunday or something.
We're gonna go into public services first,
my gosh.
highway department. Good evening, Mr. Sozik.
Good evening. Director of Public Services.
Is your nose related to Jeff's eye? Did you guys? Like, bump into- Okay.
Headbutt.
Highway Department, the first quarter for 25. We had some drainage pipes that were replaced on some of the roads that were repaving, cross culverts. Crews worked on all 5 roads listed, assisting with the paving, cutting the driveway edges and tying them back in. We still have to go back and do some roadside filling in on the edging. We addressed multiple drainage issues with heavy rains earlier this summer, and we also addressed some sinkholes that we had. We still have one more to do on Prospect Street. Working on getting their permission letter to access some property to do it properly. Crews addressed multiple trees down, cutting and chipping throughout the town during the storms. A lot of stop lines and crosswalks or painting was done. Crews attended New England Public Works Expo in Worcester Highway Association. They did some training and saw some of the new equipment that's coming out and the technology. Crews have been working on cleaning and repairing catch basins and pipes as needed. Still an ongoing beaver issues in a few locations. Some street sweeping continues. Over the rail mowing is ongoing. We'll be
probably heading towards Dudley and Berry next for the mowings. There were 5 driveway permits, 1 road cut permit, 1 trench permit, and 2 road cut reimbursements.
Bob, I got a question about the beavers. Do you have to call a trapper at any point during first quarter?
We did, earlier
Okay,
in the quarter, and he was able to get 1 beaver off of Royalston Road, which solved that problem.
okay,
But Stony Bridge is an ongoing problem. The
Yeah.
trapper that we had, he kind of retired, so we're gonna probably look for another trapper.
okay. I asked the question because, I know that sometimes we talk through these things and people forget the amount of work that you do with that. So I appreciate you telling me that you're still in contact with trappers and otherwise, and I
So
hope you find a.
on
good
that
one.
note, bringing up Whitney Road, we're supposed to put the drain pipes in. And I was getting ready to do it, and the water levels on both sides are the same. And it took a while. There was a beaver blockage not in Templeton.
Okay.
I had just reached out to Gardner. I tried Mass District 3. And just this week, I found out the blockage was in Gardner off Airport Road out there by the loading ramp and trail.
Mhm.
And Gardner did release that, so hopefully that's going down where we can do the job.
Any other, he's on page 2. Or
Yeah,
that's buildings
page-
and grounds. I'm sorry.
building.
Any other questions for DPW?
Just one quick
Sure.
question through the chair. Bob, I noticed the road sweeping continues. Last year was a mast year for the acorns. I think this year is worse. Is that impacting and compared to previous years, or is it about the same as far as your workload?
Yeah, last year, this year is about the same. It's, can't believe the acorns that are out there. Again, most of that quarter I was shorthanded. I did hire another employee recently that you met at the last meeting. So we're moving forward and getting out there. Now the pavement's done, I can start putting the sweeper back out.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
That triggered Pine Grove Cemetery. I went in there one time after a storm. I almost died with all it was like literally all pine cones on the roads up
Mm.
there. Oh, my word.
Yeah, it's pine grove, pine trees,
Yeah.
plenty of them.
Any other questions? All right, we'll move on to buildings and grounds. Oh, whoever would like to go first.
This is Gail Noel, Winchester Street. I have heard complaints that when a road is paved, there's no curbing or protection on the sides of the road, so that if it does rain hard, you're just undermining all the work you did.
Yeah, so like I just stated a minute ago, we still have to edge the roads with some material. Once it is done with the road wider, we're gonna be doing that shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
And thank you for all the work on, on Gray Road. Do you have a plan for when the stop sign is gonna get put back at the bottom of the hill?
I wasn't aware it was missing.
Yeah. Okay, well,
I'm sorry, what stop sign at Farnsworth? or
no,
down?
great.
I
Bottom of
know,
Gray.
but down by Farnsworth or Berry?
Barry.
Okay, because I know some kids are trying to vandalize the ones at the bus stop. And I got proof, I'm just gonna get over there and speak to the kids.
Oh.
They're trying to pull them out of the ground.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right.
They got one.
Oops. All right,
Okay.
thank you. Let's move on to buildings and grounds.
Buildings and grounds, first quarter for 25. There was a break at the cemetery shop. Loss of about $1,700 between Knox box being 800 and gas and cans and as we know, it was a white pickup, and a neighbor mentioned that to the PD, but they were checking with Cumberland Farms if there's any possible footage. I don't believe they found anything. Thank God, they pulled up parallel with the door like they were gonna open the door and unload all the blowers and stuff in it. And they actually had a torch to heat up the Knox box. And they melted enough, but they couldn't get it open. And when alarm company called me and the police department went there, he was going to unlock the Knox box and it was still hot. He burnt his hand.
Holy cow.
So that loss come out of my budget, and we're middle of switching alarm companies. And down the road, we will be able to hook up an outside camera to monitor that.
Insurance wouldn't cover that?
No, we have a $5,000 deductible.
Oh,
We moved some tables and picnic tables and trash cans at Gilman and up to Common for some events. Crews have been working at Baptist Common Cemetery, the walking path. That's probably 99% completed. We're just with a couple bumper stops, so when a couple cars pull in, they won't drive all the way into the area. It's complete, so if you like to see it, go over and take
Absolutely.
a walk.
I did
Cemetery.
notice the
I'm sorry.
sign is up
Yeah,
in the last week or two.
one by the road and one by the entrance to the cemeteries. Commissioners, the voters voted to purchase a shed for Pine Grove that will be delivered tomorrow. Hung some shades and move boxes and set up the humidifier at Town Hall. Pressure wash a good portion of the senior center. Got out a shed pad for the police department, installed new water spigot at Pine Grove. Mowing and weed whacking and trimming and hedge trimming ongoing. Assisted residents with lot purchases, burial and flag duties. There were 14 interments, 9 lot sales, 3 redeeded, 12 foundations.
Bob, can I ask I had lost a parent earlier in the year, from Marshfield, and we were talking about like availability in cemeteries. Where do you think we are? Are we still, are we 50% occupied?
Oh, yeah, way more than that. Actually, Pine Grove, Pine Grove. I extended an area. I think there was 70 plots, 70, 80 plots. And there's another area where I can extend it without going off the cemetery into the wood line.
Okay.
I don't know if it was Alan or somebody years ago tried to present an extension of Pine Grove. And Grays was gonna remove the material and very low cost to extend that, because I would have to step down because there's a bank in it. Green Lawn. We have probably one more additional area we can add, but it's definitely something to start looking into.
Okay. I'm glad I mentioned it then. Something we should be looking at in terms, that's, you don't know until you need it,
Right.
from a, family situation or otherwise. So it's definitely something that,
It'll be a little while before the no vacancy sign goes up.
Any other questions, building and ground?
Oh, and we did receive a building the grounds new truck this week,
Oh,
the hook lift, so that's, I got it registered today. And should be in service within a week.
great. All right, thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Parks and Rec.
Oh, it's mine.
It is. Been waiting all night. Good evening, Candace. How are you?
Good, I'm doing good. Dennis Graves, Commissioner, Parks and Rec Chair. We'll just start with July, for the beginning of the first fiscal year of 2025. We started off with the Red Cross swimming classes. They began on Monday, July 8th, with our director, instructor, Hunter Merriam, and Kylie Marion, with our volunteer staff. At the Templeton Fishing Game Club. We'd like to thank them for allowing us to be on the premises for the classes. We had 5 levels and a total of 74 students. We completed work on the resurfacing pickleball tennis court at Gilman Waite. The grand opening was Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. of Vermont Recreational Resurfacing and Fencing worked on this project, as well as the resurfacing of the basketball court. And everybody has been enjoying it up there. Our basketball coordinator, Ray Kaufman, and his wife, Jen Kaufman, and assistant basketball coordinator, Bill Gunnis, volunteered to run a basketball clinic for free for 2 sessions from 3rd grade to 6th grade and 7th grade to 12th grade for residents and non-residents children on Sundays for July to help them learn and improve their skills. And a lot of them will be doing our basketball in the winter, so it's helpful. Coordinator Katie McClure and assistant Kirby Stanley reported that the 2 most popular days and the big hits for our rec playgroup that we had in July. The days they did the tie-dye shirts apparently were a big hit, and the Rocket Day along with the barbecue that they had. On an average day, they had about 30 to 50 kids attending the program. We had about 4 counselors that we employed and 5 volunteers. We'd like to thank Ken McClure for all his help with the Rockets. And on a fun note, the Rec Play Group program will be doing a pop-up event this coming year, many different events. In fact, we have one coming up, the family apple picking. It's on October 17th, and the Unipay system is open. James Clark. August kicks off, we kicked off our National Play Outside Day. That was on August 3rd. We invited crafters and entertainment. We did signups for soccer and softball registration, and the kids enjoyed a lot of games with the bounce houses and dunk tank. Lots of people are enjoying the pickleball and tennis court as well, basketball courts, and everybody had a good time. Even with the weather issues we had that day, it was extremely hot. We had some hit or miss storms, but we got it done, and everybody that came enjoyed themselves. Honest Weight Beer and was on a hand, and they did a great job. Next year, the event is going to be 2 days. The commission has voted. It'll be August 2nd and the 3rd. And we're taking booking now for the 2-day craft fair. We're also hiring for a coordinator for that position to run it like we do our sports. As well as, and they'll also be taking care of our movies. The vendor we had postponed, we had, not the vendor postponed. We had the movie we were supposed to have that night, but it was so hot, we felt like, and we weren't sure if another storm would come, so we postponed it for the following weekend. It was a Ninja Turtle movie. It was a big hit. We had a lot of people show up for that, and it was a big success for that. On August 8th, was the last day of swim lessons. All the students were given encouragement notes, and those that were ready to move on to the next level received their Red Cross level completion cards. The staff had a pizza celebration to celebrate the end of the season. Sunday, August 25th was the softball opening picture days. We had a lot of activity there with 4 teams. Total of 50 girls are registered for that program that's currently going on right now. All ages between 7 and 13 years of age. We have 7 umpires that we employ, 12 coaches and assistant coaches that volunteer. The coordinators, Vanessa and Mark, tell us it is very helpful to have the older girls with the younger girls. That helps teach them skills, and they hope that helps with if they come and play in the Babe Ruth softball season that we charter for the town coming this spring. Saturday, September 7th was soccer opening day. They had pictures as well. The soccer season was with Brittany Hansen and her husband Barrett Hansen. They're our new coordinators. They're doing a fabulous job. We have about 24 teams, 10 on the 6U teams, 10 in the 8U level, and 4 in the 12U level, for a total of 230 kids, ages 3.5 to 13 years old. We employed 5 referees. We have 34 coaches and assistant coaches that volunteer for us. We like to thank them. Without them, we couldn't do it. And we had 24 sponsors, local businesses, and we can't do it without them either. For the first time, Rec Soccer was hosting the Quabbin District Soccer League. We played against them on the 28th, It was a lot of fun. Everybody enjoyed it. Their 4 teams went against our 14th teams, and we'll be doing it again on October 19th. So that's a new improvement that they've made to the program. September 14th was Parks and Rec Annual Fall Movie. We played Batteries Not Included. That was voted on to watch this year. The concession stand reported it was a successful event. Parks, new Commissioner Rachel assisted in booking Gilman Waite Park for a few fall activities. The field hockey clinic, which that nonprofit, which is like a alumni organization for field hockey for locally, knockout field hockey, and that event is currently going on. Their first one was September 28th at Gilman Waite field hockey field. They hold it between 9 and 10:30, and they will be having 3 more clinics in October and 1 in November. They're all Saturdays between 9 a.m. and 10:30. We also booked the at Gilman Waite in the field hockey field as well is the Touch a Truck event coming up on October 26th with the animal shelter, and the DPW are putting on that event. That will be held 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. on October 26th. We hope people will come out and support that event at the park. And that's supposed to have food and vendors. The concession stand will also be open as well. Mr. Dixon has been replacing the broken swings and rotten boards on the bleachers and putting up a lot of signs and banners. He started the Gilman Waite painting project throughout the park. It's starting to look really nice. He's been working on the concession stand currently. Jake and staff at Building and Grounds and the DPW assisted Parks and Rec with getting the water wheel working, along with Shano Plumbing. The water wheel cannon was successfully used after a lot of trial and error, because there's a lot of plumbing issues, things that they didn't know, that I guess we had a manhole that nobody knew about and broken pipes, so a lot of fixing. But everybody being together, and we finally got it working, so
Great.
during that drought. The cannon runs off the parks. If anybody wants to know, it's off the well water, and it's our bathrooms are run on the town water. Scotty's Potty has put up for us at Kermit Coleman Park on Cottage Lane. So the DPW put the trash barrels and the picnic tables, but we also put the potty up there for the soccer season this fall, like we traditionally do. Other park news: in September, Houghton Park was paved through the grant and CPC funds. Houghton Park is currently closed through the renovation process. And that's about it. I could add more, but I didn't. We've done a lot. We are continuing to do a lot.
Thanks, Candace. Any questions for Candace? We appreciate you doing all that.
Yeah, well,
It is-
we
it is
do it
quite a
with
bit.
everybody. It's a
Yep.
team effort. We put a lot of effort into it. And I think the department is really coming along. It's plateauing. So with all the new hires and all the volunteers, it's really coming into its own, which is wonderful for me.
Any questions? All right. That
Thank you.
concludes public services. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your reports this evening. Okay. Darlene and Mike, you guys are next. Thank you for waiting. Next on our agenda is town property use for the Lions Club. Following, you're here for the Halloween.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. If you
Answer any questions you might have.
Sure.
Excuse me. I guess I'm on my own.
You are.
Need to move.
I know.
Mike, as usual, the Lions are looking to take over the gazebo and turn it into the spooky house and otherwise. So we're very supportive of this. We want to support it from the town. And I did not have any questions. Thank you very much for the overhead and otherwise. Do you have anything you want to add to the application?
No, it's probably gonna be a little bit less than it has been in past years as the club.
Less spooky?
Yeah. Well, you're not gonna have a crashed airplane this year.
Oh, wow.
Um,
I know where the.
but, no, we're gonna be having cider and donuts. We'll have bagged candy, so as the kids come through, they'll get a bag of candy from us. The Lions Club members will be in costume. So it's gonna be pretty much normal fare.
Okay,
I saw it just tonight that the town posted a slide that it's gonna be officially on the 31st,
mhm,
5 to 7. That would be the hours that we would be working there.
perfect.
Was set up in the morning at 10.
Yeah, we'll be decorating the gazebo earlier in the day.
Okay,
Excuse me.
Mr. Chair, I don't remember hearing in the past, but this past summer, Monty Tech did do some work on that gazebo, so it came out awesome and.
Yeah.
oh,
They did a
okay.
great job.
They still owe us, excuse me, they still owe us one more coat of paint. They primed it, they put one coat of paint, then they broke for the summer. So they're coming back to do one more coat of paint. Excuse me.
Any questions for Mike?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move to approve the town property use permit for the Lions Club Haunted Halloween to list it as town sponsored and to waive the fee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, are we doing the insurance certificate? I'm still not clear on the Lions Club one, if we're doing it or not.
I think we had discussed last time that it was gonna be
Last time
town
we did.
sponsored.
Oh, okay.
And regardless, the
Perfect.
Lions Club has through International Lions, we're well insured, so.
I think I submitted that.
You sent it at
Yeah.
least with the other one. I'm not sure if it was with this one.
It
Okay.
should be.
I
with
have-
that
I
one,
have
too,
it.
Yeah.
I do recall the discussion. So we'll furnish it.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Any further discussion? On the motion to, hearing nothing further on the motion to approve the haunted Halloween on town property for the town property use, how do you vote? Tim?
Absolutely.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Absolutely,
I
yes.
vote yes as well.
Excellent.
Thank you.
See you all.
Good luck, enjoy.
Thank you.
Tom, you're here for an agenda item, right?
I saw it on there, I figured I think, I could. Answer any questions.
Charging stations.
Oh, is he waiting for the charging stuff?
Yeah, you're,
Yeah, I'm going.
I just, like, who else is waiting for an agenda item tonight? I know you're waiting for the goals. We'll talk about goals. Do we want to have that so we can, so Tom
Yeah,
can go
yeah.
home?
Yep, and then we need to watch the time for the
Copy. Please?
No, it's L.
Oh.
L.
Okay, oh, charging stations, all right. If the board would so choose, I'd like to move item L up to best fit our guests, so Tom can go home.
With overtime, maybe it was.
Right, so is there any objection to moving item L up before the item G, agreement for accounting services? I hear no objection, so let's go ahead and go to item L. And that's gonna be a discussion led by Jeff. Jeff?
I asked for a discussion on this for three reasons. One was, Tom came before the board back in 2022, talking about requesting to put a charging station at Town Hall parking lot. And it was gonna be like the ones at Cumberland's, a fast charge, because three-phase power comes down two-way out here. And so there wasn't, I know we approved it and stuff, the minutes show it, and but there hasn't been any movement, and I don't know if that's because there's a slack in electric vehicles. I know they haven't been the big push that some people hope for. The other part of that is with the emissions thing coming through now, you know, you're not gonna be able to buy a heavy-duty diesel truck in mass in 2025. You can buy them out of state, and the state will let you register them and use them, because they'll take your registration fee, your inspection fee, your excise tax money, your fuel tax money, all of that. But in 10 years down the road, it's in the law banning gasoline powered cars. So you gotta bite the bullet. And I also was thinking of other locations where it might be possible to either put quick charge, or like the one that's at the light department. I believe that's you just plug it in and you could be there for a few hours, whatever. And to piggyback onto that is to try, maybe consider buying an electric vehicle for like inspectional services or something that, you know, they're not gonna be traveling, you know, 300 miles or out of town. They would be
Right.
likely to see how they go and stuff like that. So it's partially a follow-up, but also I just wanted to see what the board thought about pursuing additional stations, places, other places that we can do it. And I just, since Tom is here, what his thoughts are on that, and the rest of the board, you think, you know, I don't know why there wasn't the follow through with doing it.
For town
Here,
hall.
it was gonna be
I
here,
remember that.
and I think it was gonna be down that end. Gonna be a light put in
Right,
and stuff.
there's like an alternate to
Right.
the type that are over there.
And then additional ones, there's grant money out there. MassDOT has a plan they're trying to get charging stations. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but they're trying to get charging stations around, because you have an electric vehicle, but you don't have any place to plug it in, you know, you'll pile up on Route 2 or something. So I just thought, we gotta bite the bullet. Probably eventually we're gonna get forced or something. I would just like to see, I just was wondering how the board thought about, you know, going through this, if that's still an option from the light department. I don't.
Yeah, I could speak to those things.
Yeah. I especially like your point about fleet, like for local trips where I think that's a really good point.
As far as the town hall charging station, yeah, I had kind of come to you. I didn't realize it was that long ago, but and you know, obviously being a fast charger, it requires 3-phase power, and it's obviously very expensive, and there were grant opportunities coming. So actually last fall, like you said, there's a national program, I think it's called NEVI, the electric vehicle infrastructure program, where they're trying to site level 3 fast chargers along, they call them alternative fuel corridors. And Route 2 is one of those. So that's what kind of made this location kind of attractive. So I have been speaking, I started with somebody from DOT, who last winter said that they were putting out bids for contractors to go solicit locations. And then fast forward to the springtime, I did have conversations with DOT again. And the first round of funding was kind of coming up kind of quick. And it was a kind of a lengthy process, you know, for the grant funding. So I did, through the ChargePoint, who's the manufacturer of the charging station that we have, suggested a consultant that's kind of what they do. You know, they assist with grant applications for like renewables and things like that. So I had a couple of calls with them. But again, this first round was coming up really quick. It was only like a couple of weeks away. So it really wasn't feasible to do, but I think there's going to be other rounds also. And so basically it'd just be a matter of getting on the list to have somebody come inspect the site to see if it would be feasible. They have a bunch of, requirements. Distance from the highway is one. You gotta have restrooms, I think access to food. And a couple others, as well as technical specifications for the charging station itself. Which I think we could probably meet most of those with this. But another question that I had was I heard rumors that I think the Tesla stations were gonna soon be able to charge all vehicles. So I didn't know if that one being across the street would
Negate.
throw a wrench into that plan at all. So it's kind of the reason for the delay was kind of waiting on funding, getting things rolled out and seeing what's going on. And that's still an open item.
My main thing was, it just happens sometimes that things get not lost, but off track, or other things come up, or like I said, the sales, I know they've talked about the sales of EVs, they're not what they projected or were hoped for or whatever. And another agenda item later on, but I would also think of the Northern Tier Railroad. There's different options that they want to have, and one of them is electrification from North Adams to Boston. I mean, it's a long ways down the road, but if we were to get cited with a station, a stop, maybe that's another location for the EVs. I mean, it's 10 years or rounds, it's down the pike, but time catches up, really real quick. So I just trying to keep it in the here and now and keep up with it.
Yep.
I know the grant stuff there's a lot of communities that are going after it. There's a list, I don't know, a dozen towns or so that they have a lot of EVs registered, and they have infrastructure. It's more east, but I just wanted to kind of bring this forward and keep
Sure.
it in there.
Yeah, there are other opportunities for like a level 2. That's what we have at the light department. And that'll charge a car in like 6 to 8 hours. And there is state funding for that. The program that we actually use at the light department is still ongoing. I think they call it workplace charging or public access, and they've had multiple rounds of that. So those could be something to go for something smaller. They don't have a whole lot for the fast charging, which is another reason why it's really not really gone anywhere.
How often has yours been used?
It gets used quite a bit now. It's definitely picked up in the last year.
Open up the phones. You open it up to be on the.
Yeah, if anybody
Liz?
wants to talk, I just, like I said, I just discussed an item to keep it rolling. And not to, I mean, the town is designated as a green community. I don't know if it falls in that. I would think it would, but just grasp, ask and look for everything, so.
Can the town's infrastructure, electrical aspects of the infrastructure handle, all of these new EVs and everything? Because I've heard other communities are like, oh no, you can't bring any more in because it's gonna, overload our system. Does the town is the town in good shape is the question.
Yeah, depending on the siting. That's why what made this location, like Jeff was saying, so attractive. We got the main circuit right in the street. So that's.
If I may, so other people wanting to put, putting in the garages and all these other requirements, as the town is light department good to be able to do that, handle all that extra load?
Yeah, we've got capacity. I mean, it would involve like upsizing transformers and conductors and things like that, but that's stuff that we do and we, monitor and stuff, so.
I think that, like infrastructure wise, it's a really good question. I think from the most part, my perspective is that we've got sewer capacity, we've got water capacity, and my assumption was that, you know, we were talking about this, that we had electrical capacity as well, you know, even when you take a look at you know, what percentage of land we're using, we're still running at only like 50% usage of that sort of thing, considering, you know, open space restrictions and otherwise. So from an infrastructure perspective, I think we had the capacity for it before we talked about, ooh, we got a brownout situation, or, you know, something like that. But that's a good discussion as well. Any other board members for Jeff?
Just to see if I heard you correctly, so what you do is upsize if you need more capacity, you upsize your transformers?
Yeah.
So just the infrastructure's in place and you just upsize when you need it.
Yeah, we've got capacity on our main feeders coming out of the substation.
Mhm.
It's just a matter of, you know, how many homes can you put on a transformer? You have to put a bigger transformer.
That's good to know.
Or cut down on the amount of homes that you have on what's up there.
I wish I knew more about that. Like, if, you know, if I decided to have a electric, like, how does that affect it? If I decide I'm gonna go electric and get rid of my gas, do you notice what the consumption is? And you're like, "Oh, okay, so it's like you're doing monitoring regardless."
Yeah, we just had a customer that put 2 chargers in, and well, I noticed that real quick. We were up there last week changing the transformer.
Got it. Wow. I think, you know, again, Jeff, I think the aspect when you talk about fleet and short in things like, you know, like the health vehicle and stuff that we can, you know, I know we talked about at the last meeting about different kind of electrical vehicles not feasible. But that's where I would think, I'm actually surprised when you said that, like, you know, yeah, we get a pretty good use. I don't know if I would have time to hang out with Tom for 6 to 8 hours or my car charge, but I'd probably have it at my house, but
Yeah.
just interesting.
Yeah, and to your point too, as far as the diesel trucks, that is a whole nother ball game, you know, as far as, you know, if you can't get medium-sized trucks anymore, like for us and, you know, the DPW and stuff, I mean, those charging stations, those are on another level.
Yeah, like I said, for right now, as according to the DEP legislation, you won't be able to buy them in mass, but you can buy them out of state and bring them in and still run them, which doesn't make little sense. but-
Well, the problem's gonna be is, mass state bidding pricing, buying them out of state. You're gonna have to change your ways of vote on to approve to accept other states' bid prices.
I think they can still sell them, but they have to sell so many electric to offset. I don't know the
Yeah,
the
it's
formulation or something, but it's
like-
along those lines.
New York City, they went out and bought a bunch of electric garbage trucks and they plow with their garbage trucks and the winter, they had to park them because they wouldn't make it through the storm. But they did, police cruisers and they seem to work. So that's why the big truck stuff, I don't know how that's gonna work out, but
Yeah.
in some things, I think like local cars, small stuff would work.
No, I agree.
So I appreciate you sticking around and coming.
Oh, sure.
Great. All right. Thanks, Jeff. Good conversation.
Mm.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, we got a couple more action items here that I think we'll move pretty quickly, and then we've got some discussion items and some old business. So we are back to action related to agreement for accounting services. And Adam, if you could walk us through that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
At their last meeting, the board wanted to be able to see the contract to approve this evening. The good news is it comes to be $4,600 a month. I think this is quite frankly a no-brainer for the town of Templeton. We're getting Fred Aponte to come back, I believe he said 27 years of experience. His son Jared is, I believe started this business about a year ago. He said he was up to 6 towns, I believe, at the top of my head. We're very fortunate where we could bring Fred into town, and I believe this contract's fair, and I'd be happy the board approves this so we can move forward with our accounting department. We have a box of paperwork that
Hi, Tom.
Fred's gonna have to address. So I I hope the board can strongly consider approving it this evening. And that's all I really have.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Concerning the agreement in front of you, are there any questions for the town administrator?
I do, I have a
Okay.
couple.
Sure.
I was looking through the attachment A, the scope of services. And there are a couple items that do not line up with the financial management policy. One is it says submit bi-monthly reports to departments comparing budgets to actual expenditures. Page 23. It says the accountant shall produce and distribute monthly budget to actual reporting. And down near the bottom, it says provide a written quarterly report in checklist form to the select board briefly, highlighting the current status of the above list of services provided during the preceding quarter. Again, on page 23, it's a quarterly report with all the accounts and things. So is the checklist form going to match up with what was required now? And it says bi-monthly instead of monthly, so it seems like, you know, the scope of services wasn't compared or looked with the financial management policy. So we're either gonna have to agree to this and then amend the financial management policy.
I'd recommend just taking out by.
I was actually, if I may,
Yes.
I was just gonna suggest, I could talk with Jared. I don't think this will be an issue. We take out by. So that was a good catch, Jeff. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And then, also, I would just, I have written here, provide a written quarterly report to the select board, highlighting the current status. So I struck some language and I think, I don't think that'll be an issue. But good catch on that.
Okay, so it would be submit monthly
Correct,
and provide a written quarterly report to the select board.
correct. And Terry wants to get rid of the asterisks.
Yeah, we have asterisks going to nowhere.
But we get rid of those.
Sounds like a song.
I'll let you know when I write it.
All right. Anything else?
That was it.
Would be amended.
Jeff, would making those changes satisfy your concerns?
Was that?
Would making those changes satisfy your concerns?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
And just one other item, I had a couple of residents mention something to me about Aponte Accounting, or Fred knows our auditor, is he friendly with him or this, you know that well. So if you go to the Division of Local Services website and you see audit firms that report to the DLS, they have 36 total of them. There's 351 cities and towns. And if you're in municipal accounting for 20+ years, you're gonna know each other, you're gonna meet them. It's inevitable. And again, I've looked at Sterling, I looked back at when he was in Harvard, and I consider his work when he was here. I didn't see any red flags or anything with his work. So if he knows Tony Roselli or anybody else, it happens. It's a small world. So I have, no concerns about that. I kind of understand why the resident would be, I don't know where they get that, but if they tell me, I just looked it up, and that's all I can say about that. To me, it's not a big thing. Small number of firms, a lot of cities and towns.
I mean, just do the math.
Gonna know each other.
I mean, just do the math. If there's 36 available
That's-
firms for audit, and there's
that's-
351 cities and towns, they've each got 10 at least. So, I mean.
It's
on average.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I just have one comment. Under Article 3 compensation, paying the contractor performance of the work outlined, contract sum of $4,600 monthly beginning October 2024. I'm pleased to see, because the original presentation at our last meeting was a $5,000 figure. I had flagged that. But I'm a little concerned because standard business practice would dictate we don't list a cap. We should see an hourly dollar amount, not to exceed, and that 4,600 should be a cap. I just don't see a dollar amount listed anywhere beyond the 4,600 monthly, but you know, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see billable hours and it would come out to an hourly basis. So if you,
Do you want, are you saying that you want not to exceed language?
I would say not to exceed, but I'm also concerned, you know, we're gonna say we're sum of $4,000, but what if we only do 4 hours work? That's pretty hefty payment for 4 hours work. I know I'm being a little facetious with that number, but
I mean, the scope of services, I mean, if they're not providing those items, I mean,
Last time we said up to 60,000. Up to.
Yep.
yearly cap. Adam, do you see an issue putting not to exceed?
I believe we're gonna save over $20,000, not including benefits, so I don't have an issue with it.
Tim?
yeah, notwithstanding, I understand we're saving the benefits, but I'm just saying it would be standard boilerplate contracting language to
Yeah.
see an hourly amount.
What
Plugged into there, but,
proposing, it sounds reasonable and, you know, I don't think it would affect, I don't think it would affect,
Yeah.
contractor.
It's just an
Accepting.
observation, sure.
On Tim's suggestion, what does the rest of the board feel on that?
So
You would add language not to exceed $4,600 monthly.
and he did mention an hourly amount. That's probably important too, right? An hourly amount to be written in.
Well, he basically
They
have,
want the
I mean, that would
contract
limit,
with
if you're
that.
saying not to exceed,
Okay.
Adam,
If I may, so outlining in Article 1 above, not to exceed 4,000, I could just add that in. And I think that would resolve the matter.
anything else?
Yeah, I kind of respectfully disagree with the TA's last comment. Like if I was gonna hire Robert Half as an outside accountant and they tell me it's $200 an hour, I know what I'm walking at going in. So at $200 an hour, I divide that out at $4,600. I'm gonna get roughly 23 hours worth of work out of them. And then we're gonna hit the cap. And then we're gonna have to have a discussion. That's the part that I don't see that's here. That's why I'm pushing on the hourly, but it's up to the board. It's just, I'm one of 5.
Yeah. If I may, as a department head, do we know how many hours a week he's gonna be working for Templeton and are we gonna have a schedule?
I may.
Yes.
I just want to say that I bargained this with Aponte and Ponte. And we're very fortunate to have this contract in front of us. It's gonna result in savings. I believe once he mentioned he's gonna be retiring, we're gonna get more hours with him. Right now, we're looking at 1 day a week. And we're gonna be getting more hours, I believe, once he has more time to work with us. Bob, I don't appreciate you laughing when I'm speaking. I think that's highly disrespectful.
Okay,
actually.
let's, I do want to keep order here.
So I think this is a good contract. I think the town's benefiting. I think we're getting somebody with
Okay,
a lot of municipal experience. And to be trying to have me go back and argue over hourly rates, and that I think is,
well, I mean, it's not,
I'm just,
I understand what you're saying, you know.
I'm just passionate about Fred coming in here, and I don't want to delay this any further. I don't have an accountant
I
right
hear
now.
you. I know
And this is getting ridiculous.
Yep, Army.
Sorry, I just
Adam,
had enough.
Adam. So there was a question, which I believe you partially answered it in terms of our schedule or hours, and I really, we're just asking questions.
I answered your question.
And I think it's a term of math, I will get to you. In terms of a math and Tim's point of identifying hourly rate in accordance with what you've got for the dollar figure there, it's more of a math question than it is a negotiating question. So, just, I
have
know
no
you're
further
passionate
comment.
about it. I know that we talked about, we might even have a special meeting last week because we wanted to get people in place to do this work, but let's, at least, we've got an agreement in front of us. There's questions on it, so I want to be able to answer those. We've already went out to the audience, so yes, go ahead, Liz.
So it's $4,600 a month, right?
That's what it's being presented, yes.
So $4,600 a month, I'm just trying to do the math, I wanted to make sure I get it right, times 52 weeks. No, I'm sorry, 12. Let's do the math, that's what it was. 12, that's $55,200, right? And if that is divided by, let's see, 8 hours, no, I didn't do the math right. It's roughly $140 to $145 an hour. And I personally think that's what you need to have in there, because if they need to, if something comes up and they need more hours, you know how much it's going to cost you on an hourly basis. If they use less hours, then you're not spending the full $4,600 a month.
I understand both the reasoning that we're talking through right now.
And I do have to say one other thing.
Go ahead.
No, never mind.
Okay, all right. I didn't stop you. I was just
No,
making a
it
facial
is, that's fine.
expression to let you know that I know what you're going to say.
Do you?
I kind of do.
Say it for me then, please.
I'm trying to keep everything going. I want to make sure that I'm answering. The primary thing is that the board's got to be able to hear the question. So if we have a absolute valid question about hours and schedule and how the math works out, I ultimately want to get to the board deserves the data discussion. Does the board have any other questions about this, or is that going to be a sticking point for us, is that we're not identifying an hourly wage? Or, I mean, again, Adam, I just, you got to be able to participate in this. Does the hourly, if you don't want to change that, or if it's going to hold up putting this in place, I think it's more of a math question. I like that you went towards, that we're identifying what their rates are. I would think that's part of what they would advertise. I mean, Holly and I were trying to figure out, or at least understand, stenographers it's an hourly rate. Like, we understood the service that we were going to get based on an hourly rate.
Can I comment, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Steve, the way the contract is set up, and I didn't negotiate with them, but I believe, knowing Fred, they're gonna come in and he's gonna do the services listed and get all the work done for $4,600 a month. I don't believe he's planning on a specific amount of hours. It might be starting out a little slower and advancing in hours, but I don't believe it was designed per hour. It was, we'll
It's a
get this
fee for
done.
service.
Yes, we'll get this done
Okay.
for this amount of money per month.
All right.
Guaranteed.
So it rather than hourly, it's being explained as a fee for service contract. Okay. Are we good with a fee for service contract?
My gut tells me no. I feel bad
Your
about
gut
that.
tells you no, that's a
My gut
legitimate
tells me
contract
no.
type.
It's
called firm fixed price.
Firm
Yep.
fixed price.
That's
I
right.
don't want to lose a Ponte, so I'm not this expert here.
Oh,
It just
Terry, I'll
seems
help. I
awkward
will.
to me. I
Yeah,
understand it,
I
but
can
it
help
just seems
break it down.
awkward.
So a firm fixed price contract, which is what we've, kind of talked through here, where it's not going to be cost plus, where you would identify the wage period. We're going to get what is listed in attachment A. Jeff went through it to make sure that we're specifying, we're getting monthly reports, we're getting quarterly reports, we're getting all these things on a consistent basis, and the compensation rate is per month.
And to clarify, I think that it's important to say that if it takes a Ponte 60 hours in a month to do all that, the rate is $4,600 for the month. There may be a situation where it's going to take 20 hours. It depends on the month. Okay, but it's going to be $4,600 a month. Okay, so you will get the list of services provided by that at the end of that contract, regardless of the number of hours that it takes them for that number per month with no variation.
do we, more to Bob's point, because Bob, I want, you're a department head, you've got to have, we've got to have reactive departments. Is there a consistency to the day? Like, thank you for at least identifying that he had at least planned on a day here, which he did brief in our last meeting, that he would be spending time here at Town Hall. Was there any kind of schedule with that? Was there, hey, I'll see you on Mondays?
Mondays are the day that he's off.
Okay. Again, that's helpful information.
Are the days that he's off, did you say?
Offered.
Offering.
Yes, Candace.
So, I know we're talking about a contract for a particular service, but this will also affect the staff that's in the office. And Wednesday is the high point, and, I just want to point out that if she's sick, or she has to have, or vacation, will he be covering that? When she's out, like how would that work if, our employee that will be doing most of the paperwork and stuff on ground with warrants and payroll, if she's out for some reason, no personal reasons or whatever, how will that work and how will that affect our town? Like, do we have a plan for that? Are we hiring someone part-time so that she can go take her vacation or she can be sick?
I
I'm
don't
just saying,
know,
I
but
just-
this is
I'm
the
just-
vehicle.
I know to say this is just the thing, but I just wanted to put the thought out there. I understand that we're talking about a contract right now. I get that.
Yep.
Yeah.
This was
Wanna
the
put the thought-
resource to be able to get the service that we
Right.
need,
To do the
Right.
reporting that we're missing right now as departments. Like, we haven't gotten some of those reports for a while now. It'd be nice to have, we've been doing our own math, so. it'd
This
nice
would be a sea change from what you have now, correct?
to upgrade, and hopefully if we need to have added a little bit of somebody, because we have a savings, then maybe we can get a little bit of upgrade for that particular thing I've just stated.
If I could, I'd like to, it's a little past 9, if to move this conversation, I'm not stopping the conversation, but I'd like to at least understand where the board's moving with this, so I'd either like to hear a motion or I'd like to table.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agreement for accounting services with the amendments that have been discussed to include in Article 3, changing the wording to say the contract sum not to exceed $4,600. And in attachment A, to remove all asterisks. On bullet 10 to state submit monthly reports. And on bullet 17 to state to provide a written quarterly report to the select board.
there's a motion
Second.
and there's a second. Any further discussion? Gail, I'll let you continue.
Um,
You have a
Well-
question or a statement?
does the scope of work, include improvements, through workflow or whatever? Because he did mention, some people shouldn't be doing this department should or whatever.
Other than looking for it to say that, I would hope that we would improve over time.
Right.
Yeah, like quality assurance is what
Yeah.
you're saying, yeah.
And the other thing was, oh, on the Facebook, or not Facebook, webpage. Will the quarterly or monthly numbers be on it like they
Like they are now,
are or should?
or should be, yes, that's the expectation, yes. And we had some other, in financial transparency, I know that we had talked about that front page and switching out for DLS, so, yeah. Okay, board member comments. All right, hearing nothing further on the motion that was made with amendments that Matt went through, how would you vote, Tim?
Reluctantly, yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes. I think that was a very good conversation. I think we had to work through, on how to make sure that we're having the conversation right, but that was good. All right, let's move on.
Did we have for the town administrator to sign that vote? I didn't. Sure.
I don't
I think as long as they approve it,
Okay. Just want to make sure.
just don't open up another.
Yeah, we
Please.
voted to approve it.
Right.
Okay. It was and he said it as presented and it's on that last page. Okay, next item, action related to MPZ Developer Designation Agreement Extension. This is an easy one.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I move to approve a extension for the MPZ Developer Designation Agreement to now expire on December 31st, 2025.
Second,
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? This is obviously continuing with our documentation to make sure that we still have our agreement in place for Baldwinville Elementary. Any further discussion? Hearing none, on the motion to extend the MPZ Developer Designation Agreement until 31 December 2025. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
yes,
Matt?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well.
Okay.
Moving on to action item I, approving the warrant for the state election.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I move to approve the warrant for the state election as presented.
second,
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? That is in your packet. Sorry, you made the motion. Second. Any discussion on the warrant for the state election? Gail, you had a question earlier on the yes and no.
Oh, yeah.
That does not fall under the same guidelines for the state, what's on the state ballot. So it does not explain what a yes or a no vote means. Yep.
Because question 6 is a town edition as opposed to, yeah.
Any further discussion, but I'm glad I remembered to address that with you. Right, hearing no further discussion on the approval, the motion to approve the warrant for state election as presented in the packet. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Yes.
Terry?
yes,
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We have already gone through item J. We are to the last action, well, not the new business action item for the evening. Action item K, action related to open meeting law complaint from Adam LaMontagne received 9/30/2024.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
At this moment, I will withdraw my complaint on the advice. I mean, I'm not going to answer any further questions or anything without the advice of my private counsel. Thank you.
all right, moving on to item L, discuss, well, no, we already did that one too. I forgot to run through it. All right, Jeff, we are up to discussion for funding for design for Royalston Road, Route 68 and project status, noting funds already spent.
Yes, this has been on the state tip list for, at least a decade. If you drive up that road now, it's really not much worse than it was when it was first put on the tip list. We've had a few town meetings. Special town meeting, November 15th, 2023, town appropriated $65,000 for work in relation to the Royalston Road. We've had Royalston Road title work back in June of 2020 for $17,500. I believe we're at about 75% design. And since it's been kicking around on the tip list for so long, at one point in time, I know myself, Bob Sozik attended a meeting. I think town administrator was at an MPO meeting. We requested to get this moved up in front of the Rotary project. One, so it could get completed, and, cost and all of this just keeps going up. There, apparently the select board in between somewhere, I think 2016, 17, there was a letter sent that it was a safety issue. They wanted the Rotary done first. I understand now with some changes that MassDOT have made over the years, the cost of materials and things going up. It's about doubled in cost to around 10 mil. And Ty and Bond now, because of that stuff, they want about 400 grand to do the last 25% design, which that's a hard bullet to swallow unless you live up on Rolston Road. This was an item when I first served on the Board of Selectmen back in 2011 to 14. It was kicking off there prior to that. To get this out to the people and everything, and it's a hard pill to swallow, but I believe, you know, the sooner the board come to get this on an agenda, get the Ty and Bond here to explain the details, what needs to be completed, and fund the 400,000 and get it completed. Because if you mess around, you try to change stuff or do this or that, the state will kick you off the list faster than you can blink. And a thought being, you know, maybe the town could do it themselves with what funding? What money? So again, this is something like the electric vehicles. I want to get this in front of the board, point out a few things, let the people know, and certainly the people on Rolston Road know you're not forgotten. It's just the government works slower than coal molasses, and it's just it is what it is. But it's something I wanted to keep. At some point in time, I would request an agenda item.
Sure.
To have
Courses of
Ty and
action.
Bond in here.
Okay.
Yeah, after this book, when it's convenient, to get them in here and before it triples in cost or goes more. And as you can see, the project, you know, the rotary thing, just because the state's doing it doesn't mean it's gonna get done in a timely manner either. So, again, it's an effort, it's a thing to bring it to the board's attention. Anyone else has anything input on it, but just to try to move it along and let the people know that, you know, they're not forgotten. It just seems that way. Thank you.
Bob.
I mean, Mr. Chair, what Jeff said is pretty much correct. Adam and myself met with, Boston O'Neill's board. I think there was 5 or 6 of them. I believe that most of the money is gonna be going to the change of the box culvert. Leaning more towards the bridge. So the designing that MassDOT's requiring. Jack that up, and like Jeff said, I think we're into Royalston Road with design and planning and give or take $1,000, so. And like you said, you're gonna have another 400,000, but you're gonna end up with a $10 million project.
Right. Is there any, do you have any feeling like the cost of materials are gonna plateau? Or I know that COVID pushed things up, and, you know, certain things were difficult to get, supply chain. Do you think we're, I mean,
The oil, that's like heating oil or gas, it's day-to-day price,
we're living in.
and material, and, I see it still going up.
Yeah, my, you know, I
But-
work for the Air Force full-time and I deal with material and it doesn't seem like it's plateauing.
And like we presented to you before, Adam had me go out and mark some areas to do some leveling and shimming, like Berry Road. And I think that was what, about 75,000-80,000. Would buy us some time, and I believe I asked Boston O'Neill if that would affect our AD or get
Bless you.
that done.
Thank you.
And they said it shouldn't affect it.
Okay. What kind of time frame? Like 30, 60, 90 for like an agenda item and bringing time bond or
Yeah.
Fuss O'Neill? 30, 60, 90? What makes sense?
No, I actually think it's a great time that Jeff brought this up. Actually, we're waiting for proposals. So right when I'll reach out to Time Bond when I get that, I
Okay.
can bring it back to the board as an action item.
Sure.
And I think that would suffice, Mr. Bennett's request.
Okay, sounds good. Any other discussion before we move on? YouTube's kind of quiet. All right. We're up to item N. Also, Jeff, Northern Tier Rail and MassDOT letter requesting rail stop in Templeton.
Yes, this is a proposed project to restore rail service from North Adams to Boston. And it goes right through Templeton on the tracks that go by Holman Street.
The Baldwinville Village.
Athol is already mentioned as they're going to have a station there to stop at. Gardner is pushing hard to get one in Gardner. There are going to be some track repairs, double up track in Westminster. I think it's something about, it's because it'll be a shared line with freight and thing, and so they have to have an on place.
Right.
They have a station that will be in Fitchburg. And this will kind of be restoring, not only this, but not too long, back in the 70s, you used to be able to get on a train in Gardner and go to Boston. So it was at an MPO meeting, and I asked Brian Dirty of MRPC about how does Templeton get in the mix? Because this has the potential for economic development as well. And there's an input period that ends October 12th. And I also see that we got a letter or email from the aide to Representative Zlotnick informing us about this, hey, do you want to be part of this? So I asked I requested this agenda item to see what the board's interest is in letting MassDOT know that, we'd be interested in being in the mix of this. Now, there is the Mass General Law, but it is MBTA communities and zoning of right for multifamily housing if you have an MBTA station or if you neighbor a town that has that. So I emailed Brian and asked him the question about with the Northern Tier Rail, if we have a station here, would we be subjective to that new law and that requirement? And he responded, to my knowledge, it has not been discussed yet, but he would assume it would come up. But again, he points out the project is probably 10 years out down the road. And things could change with the state. So that is a thing to consider. But again, this is, from what I gather, the information put out, it's Amtrak versus MBTA, but dealing with the state. So again, I put this on to just to see, what the board thought, if they wanted to send a letter of interest to MassDOT and say, hey, we are interested in this. It goes through Templeton.
I'd like to be part of the conversation, but like real estate and.
Yes, it's,
yeah.
it's multifamily zoning by right. You have no say over it. The town of Milton, they said no when they were getting taken to court by the Attorney General's office, which it could go either way.
And that was actually what I was gonna bring up about this, is that I remember the entire fiasco that went on with the town of Milton, that the town did not approve the multi-zoning, and now all of a sudden they're on their way to court to fight against this.
Yeah, this,
I would want to make sure that we wouldn't be involved in that. And it sounds like right now the law specifies that it's an MBTA stop or a neighbor town, which
Yeah.
we'd be safe from because Gardner doesn't have an MBTA stop anymore. The closest one is Wachusett Station in Fitchburg, so that's not an issue. So if it's Amtrak, then
has one.
yeah.
So
if it's Amtrak, it sounds like it would be something that would be worth, as long as that law doesn't get changed, which I mean, who knows, obviously.
And-
But I would want to put our names into the ring on that one, because I think it would be, like you said, it would be economic development for the area. And
Yeah,
it would be a benefit.
I'm gonna go ahead and, there is a rail study.
Yes.
And I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link for that in the YouTube chat, so we can all kind of refer back to it, or if people want to see, at least what the
I have
study
an
has said.
electronic,
Okay.
I can send out electronic copy.
Please.
Oh, it's not up there.
Pretty sure I can.
CCTV
Again, this is just
blocked.
something I wanted to get on the table and out there to see, what the board thought, if we could, like I said, let MassDOT know we're interested. I don't know.
We
if
have to do that by the 12th.
Yeah.
Well, if we could do this through Representative Lotnick, I mean, he's asking, via email, I think he was kind of seeing if the town was aware of this, and
Well, through you, yes, but collectively, I'd like to at least be part of the conversation. If they have meetings or otherwise, I think I would really like to be able to understand that, but I'm very grateful that you brought it to our attention.
So, Mr. Chair, no action? Or take action?
I mean,
and this sort of.
from the way you described it, I mean, we could say, hey, we would like to, it's like,
Take action and send a letter or get.
send a letter.
Of interest. And it's, this goes right along like the Route 2 corridor, which
Mhm.
is being also looked at. It's been in the mix for economic reasons and to make it, because it still is a main road. I know a lot of people, they jump on the pike or something, but it's still a main road and there's still a lot of commerce and transportation that happens on it. So I just, better to ask and see what happens than just to be left out in the cold just because you didn't ask. So again, I just wanted to bring this forward to see if what the board thought, and
I'd certainly like to keep
a
abreast
simple
of
letter of, interest, just the MassDOT, or we can go through, Zlotnick's office, according to his email. But you have to let MassDOT know that, you're interested and you want to be in the
Yeah.
mix, and
We need.
I would make a motion for select board member Bennett to contact MassDOT through letter to at least express an interest in the northern tier rail process.
And follow up with Rep. Lotnick as well.
I mean, he talks to him anyway. This is basically, say to write
Okay.
the letter.
Second.
So, yeah.
Okay. Terry was the second. Any further discussion?
I mean, Mr. Chair, I would advise the board by just consensus because it's not an action item on the agenda.
I think you got consensus. I mean, we've turned things into action items before. I mean, it's something that he brought it up. I understand what you're saying. But I mean, I'm fine with consensus as well.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a comment. This originally came to Jeff through an MPO meeting, I believe you said, through Brian.
yes.
And you are our representative from the
Yeah.
select board.
So he's
to
already
MPO.
acting on it.
He's already acting on it
Okay.
and has that authority
Oh.
by the fact that we've appointed him as our liaison.
Pull back my motion and give you thumbs up, Jeff.
At it.
Hey, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, let's move on. Again, thank you for that, Jeff. And last item under new business is a discussion related to an amendment to select board operating procedures. Jeff.
And this kind of goes along, and again,
Good night.
this would be an amendment to a policy. I asked for discussion because per the select board operating procedures, establishment of policies shall be adopted by a formal vote of the board only after they have been the subject of discussion at one or more meetings and presented in writing. All adopted policies shall, upon adoption, be circulated to all affected parties and be posted upon the town's website. We've had, and I propose amending it for, item 13, the minutes of the meeting, and also preparation of the agenda. And the changes that I would propose to make would be to add the language that the staff shall use provided meeting minutes checklist in preparing minutes from the Attorney General's Office Division of Open Government. On their website, they have a checklist for minutes. I emailed the Office of Division of Open Government, asked if that was the most current one. The response was, it is, but they are working on an updated version of the list. Which you can just go right to their website and there's a link and you click on it and it comes up. We've had meeting minutes come before us to be approved, which we're, according to the open meeting law, we're supposed to do in a timely manner. We've had votes to go into executive session, votes within executive session listed as unanimous rather than the required by law roll call votes. We can't approve meeting minutes in a timely manner if they're not coming before us correct to start with. When you have a number of errors, is, you know, okay, we'll table them, go fix these and bring them back to us, and then we have to, there's more errors in them. It's just, so I would be proposing a checklist for the, when they do the minutes, as well as when the agenda is prepared. Division of Open Government has a checklist for an agenda, just to go down it. It's just an effort, in my viewpoint, that whatever we can do to make, to aid the staff in getting these tasks done correctly and on time. And I believe strongly part of this is, it's happened multiple times. So I can't throw, and we are ultimately responsible as the board for the
That is correct.
minutes, for the agendas, for all of this. Our policy procedure says staff will do this. I can't really throw them under the fire, the frying pan, because it's happened multiple times, and from my view, the board has failed to really take any action to say, hey, whatever that action may be, you know, mark in my little green book, which, you know, I sometimes forget, but my little green book never forgets. A counseling or something. But lacking that, I would be requesting that this be on the next agenda for an action to vote to decide to amend the policy and to set that guidance forward. I just think we've had it, just since I've been back on the board since May, we've had a number of meetings where we table minutes because there's multiple errors in them. Whatever that is causing that, but have to do something to try to correct that. We just can't keep kicking that can down the road as a board. Again, we are ultimately responsible for them being on time. We're the ones going to get the complaint. We're the ones that's going to be held responsible. And the board was held responsible in December of 2023, an open meeting law violation regarding minutes and agenda. And it's repeating itself. So, and again, I just can't say, staff, you know, you do this, it's all on you. No, we have to do something to hold the staff
the cycle.
accountable. Because if we don't hold them accountable and do something to try to correct this, they just assume, well, yeah, it's a little hiccup here or there, but the board's not really spanking us, so it must be, it's just, that's how I'd look at it. And I'd look at it as a means to help and correct some things, because we seem to spend too much time talking about the minutes rather than getting to a real work of our meeting. That's how I feel on this, and that's why I asked this to be on the agenda for a discussion item to, like I said, follow our operating procedures if you're gonna change a policy. It's not a new policy, but we're changing it, and I feel it should go on down the same path. At least a couple of meetings before we take action one way or another. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but that's my nickel's worth. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. What I'd like to do with the rest of Jeff's discussion item is, like he had said, let's put it on as an agenda item with proposed items and discuss it at length at that point, rather than trying to pick it apart right now. That's what I'd like to do. Do you have?
I just want to compliment the work
That's
Kelsey's been
what
doing.
I wanted
You
to
know, because I
do.
think that's
Yeah.
important, because
Yeah.
I think, you know, as I see her work, I think a couple little minor things, but overall, since she's transitioned into this role, she's done a good job. She knows to work with the checklist. She's been going through it. And I think her work has been pretty good, considering she just started in the role. And I don't want Kelsey to get any type of, think that this is directed at her in any way.
Okay,
Okay?
understood.
For my staff.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yep. So that's the way I'd like to do it, rather than trying to pick apart right now, because I think we're all going to have, you know, whether it's, we're all gonna have something to say about it. We're all gonna have an impact on it. So I thank you for bringing it to the discussion board, and we'll put it on a further, as you had said, by policy, we'll put it on there for the next. Okay. All right, we are to old business. I've got the first action item under old business. I think Tim mentioned it earlier when we were talking about minutes. You know, just, I wanted to be able to get. Gail had taken some notes. And I definitely had notes, and working with what the town administrator, I think solely, had provided
Thank you, Mel.
from it. Hang on to that. What you see in your packet and what you have in front of you, I've really not changed a whole lot. I think I cleaned up some of the language as we wanted to see it on there. And you can see over on the right-hand column, I put the party responsible. Jeff, I don't know if you remember this Air Force acronym, OPR, Office of Professional Responsibility. It's basically who's taking charge of the items, and I've changed it from the first name to the last name. But I'm now comfortable with the language there. I think it's a good standalone document that you don't have to try and explain. It properly identifies the things. There are things that are legacy that we left on there, and I didn't really adjust those, like update pavement studies and those sorts of things. But this is our refined work plan, or at least edited from what we all did on 8/28. So I'd submit that to you for approval this evening.
Mr. Chair, just to note, I'd like to make sure it's entered into the record that
Yep.
you provided a new copy of the select board work plan 2025 to
Yep, and
2028.
the TA's office has the electronic version as well.
Thank you.
So I'll give you a minute if you want to compare. Oh, the one in your packet is the same. So the one in the printed I'm sorry, the electronic packet. Oh, no, I'm looking, no,
No, it
I'm
isn't.
sorry. I had two copies.
It's okay.
What time is it?
Trying to be slick.
I am not. Well, I'm comparing the ones that I have in front of them. I'm like, they're the same.
No, they're not.
I had two copies.
Two copies of the same paper.
You know, you get at least humor from me.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to move to approve the select board goals, or I should say the select board work plan for 2025 to 28 as presented in the meeting.
motion.
second that motion.
And we have a second. Any further discussion?
Just maybe for future agenda, going with the, there's a lot of environmental things happening right now. And we might want to talk about establishing a liaison to the Developmental Services for Environment, an environmental liaison. Just a thought, but maybe put it on a future agenda.
Okay.
Liaison. Adam says no.
I mean, I don't, I wouldn't recommend it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think we do a good amount of communication with departments or otherwise. And if we have questions, I always go back to like when Diane Haley made that the public comment, we have to be researched, like I think the board does, if the board needs answers or questions or otherwise, I think we at least know the avenues for it. Board member comments? All right, go ahead, Gail.
Would you send me a copy, please?
I would, absolutely. I'll even give you, out of the two, because I've got double vision, if you would like, if you'd like one.
Thank you.
Gail, thanks for your help on that. She had a lot of observations.
Double vision, that was fog hat.
Fog hat, love it. Wow. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to accept the select board goals 25 through 28 as
presented in the meeting.
as presented in the meeting, how do you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
I'm a yes as well. Thank you. Thanks for your patience on that. I just needed some time. All right, next item,
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to work past 10 PM if necessary.
Motion.
Say,
Oh, I got seconded.
That's.
All right, any discussion on working past 10, other than we'll do our best to not.
Right. I said if
Um,
necessary. Hopefully it's
all right.
not.
Hearing nothing else, motion to work past 10, how do you vote? Tim,
Yes.
Jeff,
yes.
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 Oh.
Notice my enthusiasm. Okay. Next is a discussion related to all fees listed and charged to residents in town of Templeton, all town fees, schedule one list on town website main page. Jeff, I commend you for filling our agenda packets with all of that information. I was actually really impressed. I mean, if your point was that it's all over the place or otherwise, I got it, but wow, that's
Well, it
comprehensive.
is,
I'm glad that you got it in one place.
the one thing that I did
For
not
Molly.
see is the fees for ambulance service.
These for him.
And the number of pages and the amount of fees that, people should see. Just from the fire department. An open burning permit is $10. To come look at your oil burner is $25. To look at your smoke detector is $25. It's a lot of information, and like I said, I don't see the ambulance fees listed in here. And this is all over the place. And these fees amount to a lot of money. Just dog license fees at $20 is like 24,000 and some change. And there's 1,300 and something dogs the town clerk gave me. I think as a service to the residents, these fees should be listed at one place on the main page. Over in the column where they have all the little boxes, town fees. You click on it. And I might have to commit myself to some work, but and list them all. So one, people can see what it costs. These are all listed in the local receipts. And the end of the year report for fiscal 24, they're like a little over $2 million in local receipts collected. About 1.2 million, 1.3 is motor vehicle excise tax. The rest is just fees for different things that you pay. 20-something $1,000 in fees for demand fees for either your motor vehicle excise tax or your real estate tax. Again, like 20-something $1,000 for dog licenses. Yet the budget, town clerk asked for like $1,000 for dog licenses, for this, that, and I went looking back, and there was a study, and it was a while ago, but it was a study from Worcester. 15 other communities. It was done in 2003. Out of all those communities, Worcester was the only one that had a book with fees listed in it. The town of Dennis did one in 2022. You can go on their website and click it. And again, it's located in one place. You can see alphabetically all the fees that you might have to pay for this, that, the other thing. Again, it's financial information. It would be a service to the residents, in my view.
I think you should give the task to me, because I'll tell you right now, AI can pull that document and turn it into the list that you're talking about.
What you talking about, AI?
There's a fee for that, though.
Go ahead.
Automated something?
Seriously, I would love to be able to tackle that. Like, let's race. Like, we'll start tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And I'll start with Chat GPT, and you start with, let's see.
I'm already done. I already did it.
Oh, there you go. See, that's good news.
No, I didn't, but.
All right.
Send me your,
I think
send your AI bill to Microsoft, okay? The platform.
Jeff, I think that's a great idea. I really do.
Again, like I said, I don't see the ambulance receipts in there. I mean, the ambulance fees. And the other thing to connect about the fees is, you can set an ambulance fee for $1,000, but if Medicare is getting the bill, and the other insurance companies now are sending it, it's like they only pay $400. So, but again, I just think that, people should know the extra, and I refer to them as taxes. There is also, there was a court case, Emerson versus Boston, where fees have to meet 3 criteria. And $26,000 for a dog license versus the actual cost of the service. I think there's some gray areas with these fees, but I'd like to just, I just wanted to bring this up to the board's attention to see if we can do it as a service to the residents. So you want to do something. I'm going all over the website trying to find this fee. I know this is here. You got to go over to this page, then you got to click this, click that. It's, what we pay, what the taxpayers pay for the website, to put town information on there. It should be better organized than in one central location. And once it's done, then it's just a matter of, if you change them, you just update it as a service to the residents. That's my thought on it, and that's why I asked it for a discussion item.
Sure.
I had to see what the rest of the board members think.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
To Mr. Bennett's point, the ambulance fees, that's a constantly moving target. The fire department has not approached the board to look for a fee increase, and I apologize to Chief Dickey or Captain Layton if I'm speaking out of turn. But based on 5 decades plus of experience and running an ambulance service in the western part of the state for a number of years, the Center for Medicaid Services, AKA CMS, really drives the rates. Our fire department has contracted out with Coastal Billing, who are the billing experts, and try to stay on top of the constant changes. So to sit and pin it down and say, we're gonna put this, what you have today might not be what's there tomorrow, and then 2 weeks from now, they upset the apple cart in its entirety. So not to sidestep your issue, it's a good point, but there are so many moving pieces on that cog, it's like, where do you go next?
But I believe the town fire department came before the Board of Selectmen in, I think it was John Caplis's term, 2016 to 19 or something, to set ambulance fees. And a lot of them, they were just, what the town was gonna figure on charging. I think they like doubled. Doesn't mean you're gonna collect it. That's why we have a write-off policy, because you don't want to take some little, some resident's house because they couldn't pay a $400 pound service bill.
Yeah.
But again, I just wanted to try and get the website that the residents pay for, and to get all this information in one central location. So, hey, I want to have this done. What's that cost? Click. And you go down the list and you can see what it might cost you.
I think I can work on that with you, for you. I really would like to see if I
Yeah, I
can.
want that done.
I will endeavor. No, I think that's a good, is, any other board member?
None other than it's just a darn good
I'm
idea.
actually excited about that. I really want to see if I can't come up with something, and then, even if there's rates that are out there, to Tim's point. All right, thanks, Jeff. And then I'll bring that back to the board, and put that on the agenda, whoever completes it first, right? Next item is item C, update related to the East Templeton Rotary project. Matt?
Yep. So very briefly, you'll see an email in your packets that I received back from project directors at DOT, state of Massachusetts. The only real update that concerns me out of this entire thing, I'm glad they're working on it again, et cetera, the whole 9 yards, that's fine, was that as a result of the water main replacement that happened late last year, before they started the whole thing, really, the contractor for the Rotary project was given a new completion date of July 5th, 2025, and the original, to my understanding, was the end of this construction year. The only concern that I really have is that we weren't informed of that. Now, maybe the water department was as a result of their change order to the project. But again, my understanding was that this was supposed to be done at the end of this construction year. At least that was the original plan, to my knowledge. I was unaware that there had been an extension granted on this project until I got this email from the state. And my only point is that it would be good to see greater communication from the departments if we have work that's being done together like this, just to ensure that we all understand what's going on. Because again, up until now, I didn't know that there'd been an extension on this project's completion. I thought that this was going to be done at the end of this construction year, and I saw a very long hiatus that had happened on this project, and they finally just started working again, wasn't maybe the last week or the week before.
Right.
And I know that, eventually there's gonna be shutdowns on every plant that normally would provide materials for this, because, hey, it's winter in New England and we don't do crap in the winter. So anyways, that's my only comment on this. The fact that it's moving forward is good. I just wanted to make that little editorial as far as maybe a little bit better communication between departments to ensure that we know about things like that in the future. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thanks, Matt. Any other comments?
I just have one.
Sure.
I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see July 5th, 2025 on here, because at the time we approached MassDOT to discuss the water change, At that time, on their list of projects, this rotary was slated for completion at this time in 2025. So that's actually an acceleration, even though they're saying it's an extension on the time. Of course, like everything else, you find it once, and can you find it later on when you want it? No, I did not print it at the time. Shame on me. Bad.
Thanks, Tim.
Any other comments? All right, moving on to the last item of old business action related to a select board response to a complaint by Liz Toth, having to do with the annual report and audit. This is from Matt Rivard. You have a unsent.
This is for the board's
response.
Right.
That Matt worked on. And I'm gonna let him go ahead and explain that. And this is an action item if the board wants to authorize this as the response and that we proceed with sending it to the complainant.
So, as we are aware, there was a complaint and then a further extension of a complaint. The original complaint was that we had not published the annual town report in time. And that was at the time it was asked that the select board collectively pay the $300 fine, so $50 a piece. There was an original response to that, and then based on that original response, there was from the TA, there was a secondary complaint, or I shouldn't say secondary, it was an extension of the same complaint filed. That also stated that we had that we alleged that we had violated Massachusetts general laws and requested that we all pay a $50 fine on that as well. Upon receipt of the extended complaint, I guess is the best way to describe it, I undertook an investigation as to what happened, and in consultation with town council and going over the Massachusetts state's laws, the response that you have in front of you is what both I believe and what, in consultation with town council, they also believe is what is the is what the actual truth is. So
The response to
the complaint. So one of the questions was that how to resolve our bylaws relates to the second paragraph of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 49, which states a town law may, by bylaw, provide for the printing of such fiscal year reports as it deems suitable within 90 days of the close of the fiscal year, and a copy of these fiscal year reports shall be transmitted by the town clerk to the state library before the first day of November. The key words in that section of MGL are a town may by bylaw, meaning we have to implement said bylaw in order for it to be effective. Town council and I reviewed this, and town council's advice is that our bylaw is not written to that standard. So in that case, it would not apply. And as such, they believe that the allegation of a Massachusetts general law violation is they advise that we did not violate the Massachusetts general laws. Another discussion was that it was alleged that town meeting is a place of polling. Town meeting times was used as a basis for the claim. We noted in our response that town meeting time, while a guide to how the town meeting is supposed to operate, it's not a legal basis. It is just a guide. And it was also explained in the town administrator's response to the original complaint that town council had advised that town meeting is not a place of polling unless the warrant for both the town meeting and the town election are combined. We do not do that in Templeton. Okay, we do one warrant for the annual town meeting, and then we do a second warrant for the annual town election. So their advice is that as a result of those two warrants being separate, town meeting is not a polling place, whereas the election would be. There was another comment here that that Ms. Toth had asked for a hearing on the matter. Again, I suggest that a hearing is not necessary in this case. She would name both select board and select board staff in the original complaint. The only select board staff that we directly employ is Mr. Lamontagne. And as such, Mr. Lamontagne, because he was named as select board staff, was able to use the tenets of his contract, section 11, indemnification and
I
litigation.
just want to let him finish.
Okay. And in using that section of his contract, he requested advice from town council on the original complaint. And advised that, then at that point, town council advised the town meeting was not a polling place for the reasons I just discussed. There were 2 checks that were given during a select board meeting. One for the $60 that were alleged that the town of Templeton, Templeton's fine, and then the second for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is fine. Those were given in public video by Selectman Toth. Those were returned by certified mail. The reasons being that we do not have a town invoice to apply the check to, nor do we have a state citation to apply the check that was written to the Commonwealth. Then we got into the final part of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 49, which states that a town may also by bylaw provide for the printing of all reports of town officers and boards, committees, and commissions on a fiscal year basis in place of the calendar year report required by this section. Town council advised that our bylaw is meant to comply with that portion of the Massachusetts general laws. However, we also believe that could be worded more clearly. So it is one of my select board goals for this year to, it's on the work board list to review that and any other applicable any of our other applicable bylaws to get them clarified so that we have a better method for getting this done on a regular basis. I hope to have those presented for the annual town meeting, come May 2025. That's the goal. We also asked if if the annual audit was legally required to be published with the annual town report, as this seems to be what one of the biggest hangups is for getting our annual town report required or printed and distributed. They advised there's nothing in MGL that states that we publish the audit with the annual town report. Okay. We obviously have our bylaw 28.8, I believe it is. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. That states that it does right now. That would be part of the discussion as far as revising the bylaws in order to make things work better. Okay. So in summary, my investigation has what I believe to be the following findings. Based on advice from town council, we did not violate the town bylaw section or chapter 71-3 as alleged. And that as a result, we do not severally owe a fine of $60, $300 total. That the select board and yet to be determined select board staff members did not violate MGL chapter 40, section 49, paragraphs 2 and lines 1 and 2 as alleged, and therefore we do not severally owe the fine of $50 each either. And that town bylaw chapter 71-3 is meant to align with MGL chapter 40, section 49, paragraph 2, line 3. And as such, again, will be reviewed for potential language and content revisions along with anything associated for the annual town meeting, hopefully in May 25. And that is the basis of the response that you have in front of you. And I apologize. I know that was a lot of explanation and a lot of MGLs and chapters and verses.
A lot of hard work. Thank you, Matthew.
I present this to you today for discussion by the board for potential approval of this for response.
Okay. Board member comments.
Yes. I do have a couple. Town council was advising that there was no bylaw violation. I am going to challenge that. Town council looked at and reviewed and prepared our bylaws before they were sent forward to the AG, who approved our bylaws. And now town council is saying they don't believe. Really? The AG approved them. We have them published. Enough said there. It's not an alleged violation. It is an inferred violation. I'm still in negotiations and discussions, and the AG's office is really scratching their heads on this one. It's gone to the Division of Open Government Policies. It's going again in front of the lawyer of the day for the OML type violations. It's also going to the Division of Municipal Law for an interpretation and review. So to sit here and say this is what we're going to push forward when we don't have a solid answer yet, I appreciate the work, but man, we did a lot of work without having all of the facts. And I find that a little discouraging. Matt, I appreciate your efforts, but who authorized you to reach out to town council on these matters? I don't remember the board coming to a consensus on that or tasking you with that. And I'm going to recommend that we slow our roll in calling town council left, right, and center. Think of it as the 1980s bag phone for your cell phone when you were paying $2 to $5 a minute every time you picked it up and pressed start. I think we got to watch what we're doing. We really do. Just my 2 cents.
Tim, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
So the original complaint came to the board.
It did.
Albeit the response has taken a little bit of time. I'm not aware if you're talking about like other divisions are looking at this.
Mhm.
But how do we fit into that? If the complaint came to the board, I mean, the complainant can send, we've seen emails go all over the place.
We have.
people. Okay. So
And
what you're saying is that the complaint has been sent outside of this realm and you're tracking that.
No, what I did with this, the complaint was submitted. We know that. It came to us. I sat at that meeting at the end of the night during board member comments. I presented 2 checks with the statement, this is leadership. I'm taking ownership and responsibility. These are inferred violations. It's this general law. It's this bylaw. They were returned to me. And I'm really questioning, okay, you're saying we have nothing to charge it to. Well, damn it, the Mass General Law is pretty straightforward. We have something to charge it to. So I respectfully disagree.
No. I had a question. I'm asking, you're following up with the state agencies. You mentioned at least.
I'm following up with the state agencies because the checks were returned to me. In my heart, I still feel I owe these fines.
Okay.
So I've called out to the Attorney General's office. I talked about this at the last meeting. I was on the phone again today with the Division of Policy and Municipal Law. They don't have a determination yet. They're looking at other agencies. So far, I've talked to 4 different people and we still don't have an answer. This is a deep-rooted problem. And unfortunately, this is a symptom of a much wider cause.
Okay. I just wanted to make clear that you were doing your own investigation, working with state agencies. You sent you mentioned this, so I'm going to say it.
Yep.
You sent the checks down the table for both the town of Templeton and the Commonwealth.
Yes, I did.
And then the town returned both of those checks.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you reported to the state agencies that you wanted to pay the fine?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear. Any other board member comments? I know that Ms. Toth wants to come to the microphone.
I have a couple.
Mhm.
And again, this is, I feel, because we're supposed to work for the residents of the town, not the residents work for us. So to me, it's a simple thing. We have Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 49. The selectmen before the annual town meeting shall at the expense of the town make available the annual town report for use of the inhabitants containing the report of the selectmen to be used at annual town meeting. We have the bylaw, Chapter 28, that met -8. And this was put in place back in 2014, that the Board of Selectmen shall at least annually provide for and conduct an independent audit. And the audit shall be posted in the annual town report. We have the other bylaw, Chapter 71, Records and Reports. All material for inclusion in the annual town report shall be submitted on or before the 31st day of January. I have heard it stated that, well, the annual town report was late because of the audits that you. So I went back and I looked at management letters. Fiscal year 2018, 19, and 20. The management letter for fiscal 18 is dated January 21, 2019. The audit was complete, available to be in the annual town report before the deadline. Fiscal 19, November 18th, 2019. The fiscal year ends June 30th, 2019. This one was ready in 19, well before the deadline. Fiscal 20, January 28th, 2021, just a couple days before, but it's ready before that. Then in fiscal 21, and this is when we had a change of town administrators. Fiscal 21, the audit letter wasn't ready till March 3rd, 2022. In fiscal 22, it was April 6th, 23. In fiscal 23, it was April 1, 24. I don't know what happened where before the audit, same company, was able to be completed and presented in time to be for the annual town report. And I believe part of the reasoning or for this whole thing was you go into the selectman's office and ask for a copy and it's not printed yet. Well, it's on the website. Is that published? Not to me, it's not. Go into the auditorium. They have Wi-Fi set up so everybody can bring their laptops in and bring up the annual town report. Because once upon a time, the town's bylaw, and this is a book that the town used to produce every 5 years. This is 2010. I think this is the last year it's the last year that I have it. The annual town report bylaw at that time would be printed a week before the first Monday in May. The first Monday in May happened to be the day of the annual town meeting. So bylaw at that time read it had to be available for the residents a week before. So our bylaw at one time was intended for the annual town report to be available to the residents for town meeting. And it always was until the flip. And now, the polling place, the election used to happen before annual town meeting. So you'd get it at the polling place, you had it for town meeting. Again, to me, they changed the bylaw to change the sequence of town meeting and town election, but didn't look at the rest of the book. It doesn't fix this. It doesn't help a resident who, complain, but that's part of the symptom, part of the problem. To me, it's a simple thing. We goofed. The annual town report should have been in print. And if you wanted to get it, you should be able to come in and get, because not everyone is on the internet. Not everyone has a smartphone. I know residents that they don't do the internet, they got a flip phone. Just, I don't know how many there are, but I know there are people like that. And I feel this board owes it to the residents. Instead of, again, just like a previous open meeting law complaint where I got myself in the driver's seat to respond. But I think we run to lawyers to say, we didn't goof, we didn't make a mistake, rather than just telling the residents, you know what? Yeah, we did goof. We really didn't follow the intent of the bylaw. And, you apologize and make sure the next year the dang report is printed. Because again, the board, the selectmen, Mass General Law states it, the selectmen are responsible for doing this. We need to tell the personnel in the selectman's office. That's our office. Those people work for us. They don't work for Santa Claus. So get this done so the residents can have it in time to walk in with town meeting and have it on the table in case they can't get the town hall, grab the book and go inside. That's my 2 cents worth on it. I'm not gonna change my feeling on that. We owe it to the resident. And I know Matt did, research on this and looked at the legal issue, but to me, I don't need a lawyer to figure this out. We goofed, we didn't get the residents what they deserve, and shame on us. That's my comment on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. I disagree that we don't need a lawyer, because at this point, I'm not gonna just walk into, if Tim. Again, that's not Tim's dime, that he's going out and he's working with these other agencies that are looking at, I'm presuming that Liz sent those direct to these agencies. I'm still not clear about that, but if we're get to a resolution, I would absolutely want to be represented by counsel to understand what that process is going to be. You said it, a couple of meetings ago, said, let's not throw money at lawyers, but there are some times when I do want to make sure that we're adequately covered by counsel. I'm just responding to what you had said.
Just to qualify, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I reached out to the Attorney General's office when the checks were returned to me. Personally, that was a slap in the face. Mr. Bennett just read a bylaw and another bylaw and a Massachusetts general law. It did not say may, it said shall. That is a hard defined word. So when they were returned to me, that didn't settle well. And then I stewed on it for a little while and I started following up on this. And I'm not done following up. I'm going to get to an answer.
Right.
I still stand on my position. I owned it. I said this is demonstrated leadership. It is an inferred violation, not alleged. Words do matter.
Okay.
And I wrote the checks.
Yeah.
So that is what drove my portion to this. Has
Okay.
nothing to do with the original complaint filed.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they're so interweaved.
I understand. It is. Terry, do you have anything to add? Because I do, I know Liz has been waiting patiently to. Okay, Liz. Now, you have not been given this, you haven't read it and otherwise, so I don't know if you're trying to respond to everything in it,
Parts
but,
of it.
okay,
Parts of it. First, this is the third time my name's been on an agenda and I have not been formally notified.
Okay.
All right, I want to start,
I do want to.
I will keep this short.
No, I do, so what I just want to address what you were saying. Candace brought up something similar in terms of coordination or otherwise, so I agree with you. There should be a level of coordination to make sure, okay.
Okay, so overall, what I expect from my town government, from the staff, from the employees, from everyone, stay in your lane, do your job, follow the rules. I would really rather be someplace else than sitting here in front of everybody tonight. But it's because people are not doing their jobs and they're not following their rules. And you'll continue to hear from me until people start doing that. And it's the job of the select board, especially you, Mr. Curry, to make sure they're doing their jobs. I'm going to start with that. Some of the comments that I want to respond to concerning everything that Mr. Bennett said, I think is very accurate. He said it much better than I've been able to say it. There's some things in here. I want to start with the select board.
All right, you do have it because it was.
Yeah,
in the-
it was in the packet. Okay. Start with the select board staff, right?
Have to have a process, so.
Yeah, on 12th June 2024 at 10:36 PM, the select board staff consisted of 3 individuals, not 1, 3. So, and that was on, it's since been recently updated, but as of that date, I don't know if you can see it or not, it was there. 3 people, not 1. I expected a response from at least, from you at least, or from the board as a whole, not from the TA. The TA was not, he took it upon himself, in my opinion, to respond. And because of his response, I feel he has taken responsibility for the screw up, because he felt he had to go to town council. As soon as you have to go to town council, you have probably done something wrong that you're trying to do a CYA for, my opinion. Okay. I'm feeling, I asked for a hearing. I have not gotten a hearing. And I understand Mr. Rivard's belief that the hearing would not result in anything different. My belief is the select board holds hearings against residents. They should be willing to hold a hearing against themselves. All right. It's in your select board policy that says you will not have any favoritism. This is favoritism by not having the hearing. The second thing is also by not having the hearing, I also believe that this is self-dealing. And that goes under section number 19 of the conflict of interest, because of the fact there's more than a $50 fine potentially involved. Next, let's see. No, I already covered that one. You need to utilize the same process for everybody. What's good for one is good for the other, okay? I have not gone into it. I mean, it's late tonight. You're not meeting any of your select board policies. Again, you're not meeting them. Why have them if you're not going to follow them? And I truly believe that whether you want to claim that you only have one person that is answerable to you, well, that one person then also has other people that report to that individual. One way or the other, it comes back to the board. You are ultimately responsible for the outcomes of what happens, doesn't happen, and judgments. And I also believe going to town council is there to find a way around anything anybody gets wrong, right? And I looked at the contract based on what Mr. Rivard referenced. That contract is so skewed in the favor of the TA. And in my opinion, it's a very one-sided contract. There's no wiggle room in there. He can do what, I'm not an attorney, but reading it, it says basically he can do whatever he wants. He can screw up as much as he wants. He doesn't really have to try. And you have no grounds for holding him accountable. And I don't know what I'm going to do next. I do not, believe that the response that's here, I appreciate Mr. Rivard trying to respond. I truly do believe, I appreciate the work he put into it. I don't agree with the content. Okay. And I believe without having a hearing, it is self-dealing. So I don't know if you have any questions for me or anything about why I feel so strongly about this.
I don't have any questions, but in terms of process, because I wanted to go someplace, I think Tim said something to the effect of, it's not over or whatever.
It's not.
I got it, but I wanted to go someplace because it's got to have a resolution. And I want to make sure that we're moving toward it. So, part of this in the packet, it's for the board's consideration as a response. And I'm hoping that the motion and we vote on that this evening. So at least you formally get something, even though you've already read it, and that you're able to respond to that. I think your response will be key in how we move forward, regardless of anything else that Tim, it's getting, like Tim alluded to, it's getting kind of wonky now in terms of relationships and who's talking to who and who had authority for what. But I'd rather try and re-baseline this thing. And I think we can do that by giving you a response, the best faith, foot forward response that we possibly can to be able to say, here's what we've got. And then go with whatever your response is going to be. I would love it if you said, wow, this is satisfactory and I am satisfied and I consider this a closed matter. I'm crossing my fingers.
If I may.
Of course.
Okay.
Well, you asked if I had any questions of you and, yeah.
So for me, the resolution is for the board to go, is to honestly say, we screwed up. We don't care how the attorney is going to try to get us out of this. We screwed up. We're going to take responsibility for it. Fork over $50 or, the 110 total, because you failed to properly, in my opinion, failed to properly supervise your staff. Own up to it. And I'm good. I'm happy because you have acknowledged that there was a problem. You're acknowledging that you want to correct it going forward. And that's that.
Okay.
That's really it.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're gonna get to a resolution, but, and hopefully that, again, how you and I, our interchange of back and forth. I hope the process brings it to closure rather than, we're sitting here next year.
I hope so.
Yep.
Because it's frustrating when I constantly see mistakes and I don't see acknowledgement of the mistakes and corrective action. Everybody's human. Everybody makes mistakes. Mistakes are okay. You just acknowledge it. You say, this is what we're going to do to make sure it doesn't happen again. And we're sorry. Real simple. I think that's reasonable.
Yes,
Thank you.
thanks. Matt, this was your action item. I don't want to take it over, so. I think you have your board member comments. Anything you'd like to close with? I'd make a motion that oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
May I address the board?
Yes.
Is that allowed? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. I came here with a purpose and.
State your name
Oh,
and
sorry.
Address.
Thank you.
My name is Bruce Chester and I live at 30 Pine Street, apartment 310 in Gardner. I'm here to actually get to know you. That's why I'm here. And for me to formally introduce myself. If you're not aware, I am running for state representative with my opponent as Mr. Zlotnick. And I wanted to just meet for a couple of reasons. One, this is the fourth time I've run, and the last few times where Templeton was my district, it wasn't the first time. Templeton has been overwhelmingly supportive, and I wanted to express, I've never had the chance to do that before now, but express my undying gratitude. I have a lot of military buddies that live in this town. For some reason, that just attracted them. So,
Bruce, can I stop you for a moment?
Sure.
We're right in the middle of an agenda item discussion, and I don't know.
Oh,
why
I'm
you
sorry.
guys-
You wanted, I thought you were done.
We weren't.
Oh,
because it
my
was-
apologies.
It was an
I-
action item related, and I wish
I apologize.
I did
That's my
not
fault.
recognize you or otherwise.
Right.
Oh,
that's fine. I
I
can
really
stop.
wish we had known earlier because I've got.
Well, I got
no-
here late, so.
Love the Air Force term. I've got no runway left for.
That's okay. No, my apologies. I did get here late, so I do
Can
apologize.
I
Sorry.
finish this one?
Absolutely.
And then, I'm gonna, because I'm glad that you waited, but I at least just want to finish the agenda
Absolutely.
item.
By all means, please.
You don't even have to go anywhere.
Okay.
All right. I'm just gonna make a motion that we approve the select board response that Matt has presented and is in your packet to be released to Liz Toth. It's a motion. Going again. And that sucker dies, so we're gonna have to figure out what process to move forward.
As the Air Force would say.
All right, so for the rest of, that was the last item on old business. We have board member comments. Would you like to give Bruce
You can have my time because I don't have anything
All
to
right.
say.
It's gonna be real quick.
I'm sorry I interrupted. you.
No, that-
I just wanted to be
I-
able to.
My apologies. I would definitely would have waited. I didn't realize that.
So Bruce
Yes.
Chester, you're running.
I'm running for state rep. I've, as I said, I've spent, some time in Templeton. It's a beautiful town. What you might not know is that I'm actually, not quite a classmate, but a fellow Lunenburger, with Bobby Sozik. I've known Bobby, God, forever. I had no idea he was your, we seemed to run into each other over time. So that was actually pretty funny. It was good to see him. I actually went to school with his brother, John, but, the Sozik family and the Chester family are well-known families in Lunenburg. So, I just wanted to, express not only my gratitude, but my support of your town. I'll be keeping an eye out. The rail, I've taken a lot of notes and be looking into a lot of stuff. I was actually been working on a related issue to the Northern Trail. I didn't know that's what it was called. Northern Trail issue, because we've got a bridge in Gardner that I think is part of that line that's been shut down to regular traffic for a number of years. So, I'm looking into that right now, but I also want to make sure that if I do get elected, and I'm pretty confident that I will, that I will work, I'm committed to working with you as far as those types of issues to improve the quality of life in Templeton and to have an open door. One of my platforms is government transparency. And I've on more than one occasion said, you want to know what's going on in my campaign? If you don't want to go to OCPF, let me know. I will open the books. I'll be happy to sit, show you what we're spending it on. There is nothing that is closed to my constituency. And I've made that promise for the past 4 years. I'm not going to take too much of your time because it's late and I'm hungry. I'm sure you probably are too. You want to get home. So I'd be happy. You can either email me through votebrucechester.com, or you can get my phone number if you have any questions of me or anything, or, once the election's over, if I'm successful, I'll be around a lot more. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Question.
Now I get to go home.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
10:30. We are now up to board member comments. Jeff has said that he doesn't have anything this evening.
I'll be brief.
Okay.
I do some work with a leadership mentoring group. And interestingly enough, at lunchtime today, I was reading one of the items that popped up on our listserv. And it was very timely and appropriate, and it rolls right into some of what we just watched go on tonight. And we're in the middle of a huge paradigm shift, where one of the challenges every leader has is, how do we deal with change? It's inevitable. People are going to fight it. They hate it. They're going to scratch, kick, claw. But at the end of the day, it's going to happen. So how do leaders negotiate and work with it? One of the things that I took away from it, leaders are not, correcting poor performance or confronting and discussing with employees to understand beliefs versus explaining how infractions of written guidelines, laws, or policies come into play. And one of the cases in point, a fire service lawyer is really looking, and it's becoming a nightmare for the fire service alone. How do they deal with disciplinary actions? The takeaways that they threw at us today, and this was huge, and we've heard these words many times. I'm going to repeat them one more time. Accountability, accuracy of content. You need to dispel the almost constant dissemination of misinformation or misunderstandings, and maintaining transparency. It is leadership 101. We've all learned it. We've all heard it for years and years. So it's not just us sitting here as a board and running the town. This is something that's going on all across the country, and people are seeing it everywhere. I just found that to be very noteworthy today. And I do want to close some positives. We had some really interesting things go on over the weekend. The Kite Festival and the Williams Brothers Band over on John Brooks Field. At the same time, due to the Kite Festival being rescheduled, the public safety ball game over at the Otter River Sportsman's Club. Sad to say, Winchendon won, but as the police department reported, and I did see their message, we're gonna get the trophy back where it belongs next year. Go, Templeton tough, right?
Right.
And today, something we approved for the Lions Club at our last meeting, the Templeton Elementary School, their pumpkin festival on the Common. I was watching them with the big truckload and all the big baskets, unloading everything. And yesterday afternoon, when my grandson came home lugging the pumpkin, and the little boy across the street lugging a pumpkin that I swear was heavier than he is.
Yeah.
It's like, my gosh, how's he carrying that? But it's obvious, the kids had a great time. Hats off to the Lions Club, hats off to the school for pulling it together, and it's just all these little things, we've said it before, it takes a community, we have the community. So strong work, everybody in Templeton.
Thanks, Jim.
Terry, Matt?
I have nothing.
I'm fine, thank you.
I had wanted to talk about something in the last meeting, but we were running late and we're running earlier. So I talked about strategic level thinking, and for my military members, you'll understand, why I'm using this metaphor, using strategic, operational, and tactical, which I would easily take to say town departments or office, but let me, I just prepared these comments for your consideration. As we work together, fulfill our responsibilities for Templeton, I believe it's essential to reflect on how we approach the many levels of decision-making and management in the town. Using a military framework, strategic, operational, and tactical, we can better understand the scope of our role and ensure we're applying our efforts appropriately. At the strategic level, our focus is on the entire town. We are charged with the setting of the long-term direction for Templeton, developing policies and making decisions that shape the future. This is where we ensure the town's sustainability, fiscal health, and overall development. We must think ahead beyond the immediate and consider the legacy we leave for our future residents. Our vision is at this level and what guides everything below. That's where I believe we are at the select board level. At the operational level, we focus on departments. We provide oversight and ensure that our town departments have the resources, direction, and support that they need to implement the broader strategies that we set. This is where intermediate managers or our department heads come into play. They turn our strategic goals into action in their specific areas of expertise, whether it's public works, safety, or recreation. At the tactical level, which relates to the office or a desk, is where individual tasks are carried out. This is where the day-to-day operations occur, answering phones, responding to immediate resident concerns, processing permits. It's important to emphasize that we as a select board do not manage at this level. That's why we have capable department managers and staff. Our job is to stay focused on the bigger picture and not get bogged down in the daily tasks. We trust our departments to handle the details and execute the tactical work while we provide the direction. By keeping our focus where it belongs, on the town as a whole at the strategic level, and on supporting our departments at the operational level, we ensure Templeton continues to thrive without micromanaging the tactical day-to-day tasks. This balance is crucial for efficient governance and maintaining a healthy and productive relationship with our town employees and residents. So again, something I picked up along the way in terms of thinking from a military perspective, strategic, the planet, operational, a region, tactical, the battle, or otherwise. I think we can use that metaphor to really to make sure that we're looking at what we're doing at the appropriate level. And that's what I had to offer. That's what I was thinking over the past couple of weeks. Our next meeting is, I do have to, so Liz and I, we sit on the EDIC. We had worked, our chair was working on trying to get a select board to be able to get out some RFPs. I think you used the word goof earlier. And so it was my, I think we had lost the bubble on trying to get it on. So we may try and ask for a special meeting to occur before the 23rd or on the 23rd. So please pay attention to your inbox. I'm working with Glenn and Liz to be able to make sure that we can get the EDIC's documents in front of the board. Other than that, our next meeting is annual town meeting. I'm sorry, Fall Town Meeting. Thank you. And I believe the 15th is when pre-town meeting is with the advisory, right here in this room. So, please participate. That's a great time to ask questions and get another perspective from another of our fine committees. And with that, at 10:35, I would seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, I heard Tim first. Is the, any comments on, or any considerations for the motion to adjourn? Hearing none, all those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing one.